And there we go. We're live. Hi, everybody. Good to see you all. There's already a bunch of people in the chat. Whole bunch of people. Alec, Tom, Red, Sonia, Amanda, Big Wiener Taylor, Maria, Brianna, Crisis Corpse, Azara, Jason's in, Cosmo, Dez. So many people. Majestic Mango Tango, Maria McKeith. Great. Good to see you all. Joe's here. William. Fizzy's here. We got a bunch of the Horde of Keepers in the house. Sorry if I missed your name, guys. So we've got new and improved green room. Hopefully, new and improved live stream. We should have clear picture the whole time on this live stream. But you guys keep me abreast on that because, as per usual, I can't tell if it goes fuzzy, but it shouldn't. We should be all clear the whole time. So welcome everybody. I've got Bear here. We're going to talk about the new green room here shortly, but we'll wait for some people to jump in. While we're waiting, here's Bearsley. He just shed recently, and he's looking real handsome in his new clothes. We like Bear. I feel like I don't bring him out enough and show him on camera, but I know he's got a lot of fans. So good to see you all. Glad you're here. Let me try to fix my beard and make sure Bear doesn't take my microphone off. They love doing that. Okay, so hang on. Let me see if. Sorry, I just got a text, and it might be. Okay. Yeah, go for it. We're on right now on YouTube. Okay. Just responding to that text. Okay, there's so much going on, you guys. First, let's talk about what I'm drinking as people jump in. Oh, we've more than doubled in numbers since last time I looked up. Welcome, everybody. So I'm drinking. This is one that I forget about. When I list my favorite Islay scotches, I often forget Port Charlotte. And I always say that my two favorite Islay scotches are Lagavulin and Ardbeg, the Ardbeg Core of Reckon and the Lagavulin 16. But Port Charlotte is in there too, and I don't know which of these three I like better, but I haven't had Port Charlotte in maybe a year, and this is my first sip of it. Sláinte. It's so good, you guys. It's so good. I'm drinking this out of a different type of whiskey drinking vessel that I like a lot. I usually have my my Glencairn glass. So I have a Green Room Python's Glencairn glass. This is another whiskey drinking vessel. It's for nosing, as it's the Glencairn. This one came from the Second Sight Distillery in Cincinnati. No, it's not. It's in Kentucky. It's on the Kentucky side, but right by Cincinnati. I went to visit my son last week, and we visited distilleries. Man, Cincinnati has such good food. I would have never thought that, but we had incredible food. Not necessarily good ethnic food, but good, like chef prepared American food, really good stuff. And we went to all these distilleries, and Second Sight was a really unique distillery that's relatively new, but it's set up like a tarot reading place, and they have their still. They have one still, and it's shaped like a genie. It's really fun. And at the bar, they had a little bioactive enclosure with frogs in it. And I got the bartender's attention and asked who set up the Bioactive because I was impressed. And as it turns out, she's the one who did, and she watches the channel. So, and her boyfriend does too. So she called him real quick, and he came down. And then Brandon, my son, and I went on the tour. And then when the tour was over, we sat down with her and her boyfriend and had a nice chat about reptiles. It was fun. It was fun to run into them. And a really fun distillery. I don't think they sell all over the country. Like, I think you have to be there to buy their product, but they have really good whiskey. We did a whiskey tasting, and just a fun place to visit. Second Sight Distillery, if you're there. We were at some other distilleries that were all amazing. But in fact, there will be a video. I went there to visit Brandon, but also to help him set up a snake. And I did a video, and we're going to have a lot of B-roll of those distillery tours just randomly within that video, I think. I haven't edited it yet, but I've got a ton of footage, and it'll be fun. All right, so just before that, just to catch everybody up on what's been going on, because the Horde of Keepers knows they've been caught. They're always caught up on my travels and everything else. And let me try to save my mic here real quick. There we go. But for those of you not in the Horde of Keepers, or if you haven't been, haven't been watching the videos and stuff, just the week before I went to Cincinnati, I was in Michigan with a whole bunch of the Horde of Keepers, and we went herping, and we had a blast. I'm not going to give away too much on that because I'm doing a full video. That'll be out next week. Yeah, next week. That video will be out. But a lot of the Horde that was at that event is in the chat right now. I'm seeing them saying hi to one another and such. Those events are so fun to do because, you know, these are you guys all meet each other online, whether you're in the Horde or not. You know, you're meeting each other in the chat here. But if you're in the Horde, you also meet each other on Patreon or on the secret Discord channels that we have and such. And so it's really fun to get together in person. You know, have an event where we go herping, we're looking for snakes, we're having an adventure, and you're getting to know these people in person. It's really fun. So I'm showing off today a new hat that I bought. I have two new hats, and I'm going to show them both off. I'm gonna premiere both of them today. So this is a hat that I quite like. I bought it recently, and it's a nice cowboy hat. But I also now have the fanciest fancy hat. As you know, Future Bob always wears fancy hats. There's no hat fancier than this new one in the green room. It was a gift from Red Sonia, who's currently in the chat right now. I'm going to model it for you, and here I'm going to tell you why I'm not wearing it the whole time. But let me just model it for you. I have a lot of fancy hats here. I do not have a hat fancier than this one. Look at that. It's leather, and it has a little devil peeking out of the hat band. How cool is that, right? It's my favorite hat. But the reason that I'm not going to wear it all night tonight is the snakes get up on these hats, and at this point, I am not comfortable with my snakes reshaping this hat. You know, it's got these little devil horns. These are just leather, but I don't want them bending the devil horns. I don't want them bending the tail. I don't want them reshaping it. I might change. I might decide that it's okay later, but the hat's still new. I'm not trying to have my snakes mess with the coolest hat in the green room. Thanks for the hat, Red Sonia. I really like it. It is going to Renaissance festivals with me this season. I won't wear them on. I won't wear the hat on stage when I'm performing, but I will wear it like at night when I'm running around after the festival's closed. It's going to be my after hours hat for sure. It's a satanic hat, you guys. I don't know if you're religious or what religion you are, if you're a Satanist or not a Satanist or whatever. It's clearly a very evil satanic hat. I don't subscribe to that particular religion, but I'm happy to sport it on my hat, I guess. Super cool. All right. Thanks again, Red Sonja. What an amazing gift that was. All right. Back to another new hat that I really like, but it's fine if the snakes bend it, you know. Okay, welcome to those of you who are new to the lives. There's always new people in the lives that have been wanting to catch a live and they haven't done it yet. Welcome. So this is a good time for me to say what I always say, but it is for the new people. If you have a question for me, I probably am not going to see it unless you super chat it. There's a chance that I could see it, but usually the chat's going by too fast and I'm doing other stuff and I don't see most of the comments. I will read all the comments the next day, but I can't respond to them. I just read them. So if you have something that you want me to read later, that's totally fine. Put it in there. If you have a question that you want answered, go ahead and ask it in the chat and somebody else will probably answer it because there's some good experienced reptile keepers here in the chat. If you want me to specifically either read your thing on air, or if you want me to specifically answer your question, you can super chat it. That'll get my attention and I will read it. And that is part of the reason that Amy Bentley is usually here. She probably will be here later on, but we're doing this live stream on a different day than normal. And she is teaching dance right now. She's at her belly dancing trip, getting ready for their Renaissance Festival. So hopefully we'll see her later on. But right now I'm going to try to keep up with the super chats. And if I miss one, somebody let me know. That's what we'll do. I think I've been pretty good though. The last couple times that Amy hasn't been here right away, I think I've done pretty well with the super chats catching up. All right. So here we go. Itinerary today. Let's talk about the new green room first of all. Then we're probably going to feed some snakes tonight. So those of you, everybody that's on right now, you've jumped in early. Well done. These live streams have gone very long the last few times. We've gone over 3 hours. We hit 4 hours once. And probably in the last 5 live streams, they've gone about that long, about 3 hours or so. So if you stay till the end, towards the end of the evening or getting into later in the evening, we're going to probably feed some snakes. I've got a lot of snakes to feed tonight, but I think on camera I can get the super dwarfs fed, I can get the black-headed pythons fed, and I can get my 2 tiniest snakes, Harry and Pip, fed. And when we do those 2, we usually I just pull them out and I feed them from my hand. They sit in my hand and I give them some food. I think last time we tried that with Harry and he was in shed. And it did. I can't remember if it worked or not. I tend to think that maybe it didn't work, but it will this time. He's not in shed. Right. Okay. Let's talk about the new Bioactive green room. This is the big reveal. You might be able to tell that the cages. Which way should I go? The cages look a little bit different than normal. We have a completely different stack of cages here. The cages that were here, that would be where the inspector lived, and he still lives there, and where Handsome Dan and Banjo were. That whole stack is moved to the other side of the room, and we have these new cages. These are all 5-foot cages, and we've upgraded some snakes. We've got Maya in this one. That's actually her old cage, but we now have a Bioactive. We've got Banjo in this one here, and that's Bioactive. And then we have Handsome Dan in the bottom cage. And then behind me, this stack is a bunch of Bioactives as well. With I got super dwarfs in those. Echo up there. Nope, reverse that. Stella up there, and Echo right there. So very exciting. Lots of new stuff. You can't see because I don't have a camera pointed at it, but you'll see it when I do the video. The carpet pythons. Koa and Bella have upgraded into the 3-foot cages that Banjo and Handsome Dan were in. So they were in a bioactive tub before. Now they're in bioactive cages. It's really cool. Happy about that. Anyway, you're going to see a full video on how we did the bioactive. I had a whole team here. We had a lot of fun, and the video's really fun. I'm almost done editing it. It's very fun. Ashley, thanks for the super chat. Let me find it. Hang on. I just saw it. There we go. I want to find a Mystic Pastel. Do you know where I can find one? Yes, Morph Market. If there's somebody here that's a breeder that has a Mystic Pastel, go ahead and put that in the chat. But Morph Market is where you go. You can do a search for those exact genes in the search on Morph Market. You tell them that you want to search for 2 genes specifically, no more than 2, and you put Mystic and Pastel, and you'll see if there's any available. And then you can just see what some look like if you search for, rather than just for sale, you can search for any snake that's ever sold on Morph Market, and it'll just show you what they look like and if they were sold and whatever. So that's my recommendation. Okay. We got a big Q&A that we're going to get to here very shortly. I'm going to put Bear back because he's getting squirrely. Hey, pal, come here. Ooh. And maybe we'll get another snake out. There you go, pal. Hang on. There you go. Okay. So let me he's just slowly going into his cage. I think I don't think he was too excited about coming out, hanging out. Can we get a Kent Q&A one day? Yeah, we probably could. Probably get a Kent Q&A. Mar, it's a good question. I think the first question on my Patreon questions here, the Q&A, is about Kent. It is. Kayla asks, what does Kent feed Eric the Murderer? That's a good question. Eric the Murderer's enclosure is my closet. He can't even live at Kent's because what will happen is wherever he happens to be, like if, let's say, Kent puts him in his closet, he'll forget that he's there. He'll open the closet door, see Eric the Murderer, scream, and potentially have a heart attack. So he stays in my closet. And, I would say that Kent feeds him fear. That's a snake that lives on fear, is basically what that is. Great question. Jordan asks, have you ever considered meeting up with the guys from Reptiles With, or have you ever been contacted by them for an appearance on the podcast? No, but I enjoy podcasts, and if I don't know that podcast. I actually looked it up. I've seen it. I've seen the logo for it, so I know it's been around, and it's probably a really good podcast. I just don't listen to a lot of them. But I enjoy going on them. I just was on with Adam at the Expert and the Idiot podcast. I just recorded that one, so I don't know when that'll be out, but look for that coming up soon. That's a good one. I enjoy doing podcasts. They're fun. Crisis Corpse is asking, what is your favorite California native snake? That's a good question. It's got to be the red diamond rattlesnake. I was going to say the Southern Pacific because those are the ones that I see around here if I see a rattlesnake. And I've never seen a red diamond in the wild, but I'm going to call that my favorite because they are endangered. They're protected, and they're down in the they're down further south near San Diego, and I would love to find them in the wild. And they're beautiful. They're red, and they have diamonds. They're kind of pinkish. They're really cool. I like them a lot. And then the other one would be, I love finding a king snake. King snake, California king snakes are amazing. Okay, so Red Sonja is asking, was there anything specifically that prompted you to start your channel and become a breeder? How do you pursue sponsors, and what's your ultimate goal with your channel? Okay, so yeah, I mean, I started it because of COVID. All of my gigs canceled. I was just a touring comedian. I mean, I did some other stuff too, but pretty much my main thing was I was a touring comedian, and all my gigs canceled. And I've been wanting to start a channel for a long time, and it kind of made sense that I also have been wanting to breed snakes, try my hand at breeding snakes. So I thought, well, I could do them both at the same time. Both these things I've been wanting to do, and now I have time because I'm home all the time. I can commit to doing a video a week. That was the idea, is get out a video a week, and in a year see how it's going. If it seems like it's decent, I'll keep doing it. Otherwise, I don't have to. But it gave me something to do. And I don't usually pursue sponsors. They come to me usually. I mean, you'll notice not every video is sponsored. Most of them are not. And it's because I don't pursue sponsors. I probably should do that more. But most of the sponsored videos that I do, they've come to me. Was that? Oh, what's the ultimate goal with the channel? I just like having a channel where I can talk about snakes and hopefully inspire people and hopefully give some accurate information. This is just another way for me to be passionate about reptiles. It's cool. I like it. Damien, thanks for the super chat. Do you have a question to go along with that? Maybe you've already asked it. If you've asked it, I'll try to. Let's see. Now I'm scrolling down. Thanks for that super chat. If you do have a question, ask it here, and I'll try to remember to look, and hopefully I'll see it. Thanks for that, though. Okay. DJ Pure Fetch, I just saw this. Are you asking me this or somebody else? I don't have any green tree pythons, if you're asking me. No green tree pythons. I know that my channel is called Green Room Pythons, and that seems like green tree pythons. But yeah, I don't have those. Can I take out Echo? Yeah, well, can I take out Echo, or can I just let Echo out? Let's see. Let's see what happens if I just let her out. How about that? I mean, she's sitting right here. Oh, let's do this. By the way, let's go. Hang on. There's Echo. Hi, babe. You come in? Oh, you're looking for food. I can tell. So we'll just see what she decides to do. She is getting fed tonight. So she's been looking for food for the last week or so. And this is kind of what she's up to. So we'll see what happens. I'm going to switch it back to me, and I'll keep an eye on her. Or wait, what if we do this for a little bit? She might just be sitting there waiting for me to hand her food. That's possible. Yeah, I'm just scrolling. There was okay, I'm just looking to see if I can find if Damien had a question. Maybe he didn't. I didn't see it. Okay. All right. So I don't know. We'll see what Echo decides to do. Yesterday, she wanted to come out so bad. Yesterday, she was pushing on the glass, and so I let her out, or I opened the door anyway, and she just sat there. So for like 2 hours with the door open, and sometimes that's what they want. They just want to sit with the door open. But they're kind of more interested in hanging out in their cage right now because it's new. They've been in this bioactive since, you know, in their new cages since Saturday. So it's all kind of still new to them, and I think it's fun for them to be in there. Okay. All right. I'll keep you posted on her. Let's see. So again, for those of you just joining us, we got 197 people in. That's good for early in the live stream. We're reading the Patreon Q&A right now. If you have a question for me and you want me to see it, super chat it. As you just saw, occasionally I will see a comment in the chat and respond to it, but it's very rarely, very occasional. Crisis Corps, this is a great example. See, it highlights when you super chat, and it's a good way to get me to see. I still want you to get a blood python or other STP someday. Yeah, I like the short tail pythons. I don't know that I will, honestly. Somebody asked me that. That's one of the questions in this. It might be coming up, but I really like them. I love, like, as far as pattern, the morphs and the natural pattern of blood pythons and short tail pythons, you can't beat it. They're the best. The thing is, I don't know that I need a bigger, heavy-bodied snake right now than a ball python. You know, all my other snakes are sort of, I mean, other than the black-headed pythons, my other snakes are kind of semi-arboreal. They're long and thin. Black-headed pythons are also long and thin, but they're not semi-arboreal as much. But you never know. They just take a lot of space. It's the reason that I'll never get a Burmese python, probably. I shouldn't say never, but right now with my space constraints, I don't want to get a snake that requires a huge cage at this point. But I do like them a lot. I think they're real cool. Azara, thanks for the super chat. Almost 200 people. Guess you should hit the like button. Oh, that's nice, Azara. You guys, Azara and her family are the best. Her family offered their farmhouse for us to all stay at in Minnesota when we went on our Horde of Keepers herping trip. So Azara's dad was there. He's a delightful man, ex-Marine, super nice guy, and it's his house, and he let us all crash there. A lot of people camped outside. Some of us stayed inside, and we just had a blast. It was so fun. So thanks for that, Azara. Really appreciate it. Diva, thanks for the super chat. Let's see. What should I do about Butler? Hold on. Let me try to figure out what you're trying to say here. Towards the end of their tail. I'm taking the vet tomorrow. I'm worried about it. What's towards the end of the tail? You gotta be more specific there. I'm not sure what you're trying to say, because it looks like you were maybe doing speech to text and it didn't make the sentence right. What should I do about Butler towards the end of their tail? I don't know what the word Butler should have been, but I don't think it was meant to be Butler. I'll look though, Diva, and see if I can find a correction, maybe. Lauren, thanks for the super chat. If you have a question, let me know in the chat, and I'll try to see it. Oh, buildup. Oh, you know what, Diva? You don't have to worry about that. That just means they're going to poop, and they will eventually. They go. This is a thing. A lot of times, new keepers get real worried about their ball pythons not pooping. And first of all, snakes don't poop very often. Sometimes it's weeks, and they will have a buildup right before the cloaca, where that means they're probably going to poop pretty soon. And So just, give them a few days, and that buildup will be gone, and you'll have some cleanup to do in their cage. So probably not a problem. Pioneer, thanks for the super chat. I'm so excited, and I just had to share this. Today, I got to talk to Clint about designing my custom black box double-decker cage for Rosa Abigail. Lower will be bioactive, and upper will be playroom. That's amazing. That's what a great idea. I love that. So my guess is that it's going to be a situation where there maybe will be 2 cages stacked, and there will be a hole, or it'll be a deal where it's 1 cage and there will be a shelf that covers almost all of half of it, where they can sort of slip up, and or maybe there'll be a door or something. I love that. Clint is great at like taking people's ideas and figuring out how to do it. He's got a really good engineer mind. He might be an actual engineer, I'm not sure, but he's really good at making stuff happen. Yeah, built up towards the end of the tent. Yeah. Yeah, Diva, I don't think it's anything to be concerned about. They're just getting ready to poop. Thanks for the other super chat though, Diva. I appreciate it. I'm sorry that you had to do 2 of those. I hope I answered your question well enough though. It's probably not much to worry about. Earthbound Misfits, thanks for the super chat. I bother you enough and ask you a lot. Thanks, brother. No worries, man. Good to have you on the trip also, Sam. We were looking for milk snakes, and Sam is the one who caught our 1 milk snake. You'll see that in the video. Glad he was there to flip over that rock. We found so many snakes, you guys. Wait till you see the video. It's a fun one. We had such a good time. Lauren, thanks for the super chat. I have 2 new ball pythons, Peaches and Dan G. Noodle. Nice. Dan just had his first shed with me, and it was perfect. It's the little things. Yeah, nice. Congratulations. That's awesome, Lauren. That's really cool. Isn't that great when you have like when you're a new snake keeper, especially, and you have a new snake or new snakes, and they have a good shed? It just tells you that you're doing things right. You're keeping them moist enough. It's great. Fizzy, another super fun attendee at the event in Minnesota. My partner Amanda got me a Lego set of Serenity Firefly. Nice. I'll post some pics in the Discord later. And once again, I build the ship. Fun times. Nice. I love that, Fizzy. That's great. So fun to have you and Amanda out. We talked about Firefly. We talked about Serenity. All kinds of geek culture stuff on that trip. That was fun. Especially with Owen there. Owen and Jen. They're a whole other level of Owen is a whole other level of geek culture. Which was fun. I had to tell him at some point, I had to be like, I have no idea what the words you're saying mean. I don't know what this means, but it sounds awesome. Damien, thanks for the super chat. Hi, do you have any thoughts on starting to handle my new carpet python? She's pretty feisty. I've only really handled my ball pythons. Yeah. So I'm guessing it's probably a baby. Carpet pythons as babies can be pretty defensive. And the techniques that I talk about I'm usually using ball pythons as the example, but that works with carpet pythons too. You can show them your hand without touching them. Do that kind of stuff. Let them get used to you just around the cage without messing with them. And then if they're on a perch, if you can remove their perch, they like to sit up and wrap around things. Rather than trying to force them to unwrap from something, you can take out the item that they're on and work with them that way without even touching them. Like if they're just on a perch, you could just hang on to them, let them sit there on the perch with you for a while, and then you put them back. Just so that they have some sort of interaction with you where they realize that they weren't hurt and you weren't trying to hurt them, and things went okay, It's going to be a little scary for them at first, but they realize that everything is just fine. Deb, thanks for the super chat. Hey, Bob, and everyone else. This is Freya on Discord. Hi, Freya on Discord. I have a new ball python that was on weeks-long hunger strike, and he threw up his last meal. Oh, his last meal with the previous owner, and then regurged when I fed. Vet, yeah. That's a bummer. Yeah, definitely vet. Because if he didn't eat for weeks, any sores that he would have developed from that last regurg would have healed enough. They would have been fine. But man, 2 in a row, that's potentially a problem. Sorry about that. That's a bummer. Regurgitation is not something that's common. Most people have ball pythons or any snake forever, and they never see a regurgitation. I've only had it happen once to the group that I have right now. It was Echo, and I don't know why she regurgitated. I actually watched her do it. It was a long time ago when she was a baby. But it could have been I mean, who knows? It could have been a rodent that just wasn't very good when she ate it, or who knows? But she was fine after. Hey, Riley just popped in. Riley's Reptiles, guys. If you have carpet python questions, you just missed the carpet python section of this live stream, Riley. If you got carpet python questions, though, Riley's your guy. It wasn't so much a carpet python question as it was a socialization question, but specifically with the carpet python. But really, those socialization techniques work with just about any snake, or at least pythons. Works well with. All right. Back to the. I should have a snake. Oh, let's see what Echo's doing. I let her out a long time ago. Hold on. I'm not even going to turn around. We're just gonna. Oh, she's still there. She's still in her cage. Hi, lady. You're just waiting for food, huh? Okay. Well, I'll let you sit there. How about that? Okay, so we're gonna let Echo sit there. I'll check on her occasionally. Who else could I bring up? Let's see. I'm just looking to see if there's anybody this time of day. There's not many snakes that are up and moving. But here we go. We started off with Bear, and now let's go with Bear's son. We'll go with Kodiak, because he's been hanging out with me quite a lot lately. I know he doesn't mind it at all. Bear wasn't too excited about hanging out in the very beginning of this, but Kodiak has been my pal lately. He's been the guy around my neck in the mornings, and so we'll see what he does. There he is. Kodiak is Clown Pied. Lydia Dietz is his mama. All right. Here we go. My mom just texted me that she's on, but she can't comment. She must be on from her tablet rather than her computer. But hi, Mom. I'm glad you're here. Okay. Let's see where we're at in the questions. Okay. Brianna, who's actually in the chat, I think. Brianna says, have you ever considered writing a kid's book about the story of Manus O'Toole? Manus O'Toole is the character that I play at Renaissance fairs. I have a stage show as Manus O'Toole. So that's what she's referring to. Separate question, would you consider either giving us a rundown of the storyline or making Kent tag along one weekend to record. Mom should be happy that he's getting some overtime. No, I definitely wouldn't pay Kent to tag along with me at a Renaissance fair. Brief storyline of Manus O'Toole. Those of you who have been to the Renaissance festivals that I'm at and maybe have seen this show, some of you might attend in the future, and maybe I'll be ruining it for you. But Manus O'Toole has a very well-trained yak named Clark. It's a trained yak show. It's fantastic. 1,700-pound animal with big horns, hooves, blind in one eye. But Clark is a wonderful yak, and everybody wants to see the tricks that he does. Unfortunately, sometimes the yak goes missing right before the show. And it's really unfortunate because when your show is a trained yak show, and then all of a sudden your yak is missing, the people that have come to the show are not there to see you. They're there to see the yak. So Manus O'Toole is occasionally, when this happens, he's in a situation where he has to come up with a show because he's contractually obligated. He's got to come up with a show that's not a yak show because he doesn't have a yak. And it ends up involving all kinds of audience participation and dangerous things and fire and battle axes. And all it just evolves. It's fun. It's a fun show. I enjoy it. I'm excited to be doing it. The season technically has already started, but it's really starting next week. My big busy time with that particular show is next week. Starts next week. Hold on, let me see if I missed any super chats. I don't think so. No, good. Okay. All right. Oh, there's one. Laura Taylor, I don't do Kansas City Run Fest. I stay on the West Coast at this point. Cruz, thanks for the super chat. Hey, Bob, I'll be setting up a new enclosure here soon, and I'm curious about RHP brands. That's radiant heat panels. I currently use Wilbanks, but I'm looking at Reptarad and Pro products. Any suggestions? I only know Reptarad. It's what's in all these cages. I don't do them myself. It's what Black Box uses. So when I order a cage, I have them install a heat panel, and it ends up being Reptarad. So those are the only heat panels that I have used, and they're great. They work. I don't think there's a big difference in the heat panel, the element themselves. You know, it's kind of like heat mats. There's not a big difference from heat mat maker to heat mat maker. They generally do the same thing. Your thermostats have differences in that they've got different functions, and I think there's different qualities in thermostats and things like that. So that's going to be your bigger difference, I think. Thanks for that super chat. Okay. Azara's got a crazy question here, you guys. The MCU has a multiverse. So in a snake multiverse, which of your snakes would be which Avenger? Let's go with the lineup from Joss Whedon's Avengers. Good choice. I enjoy everything Joss Whedon does. Actually, I should caveat. I enjoy everything professionally Joss Whedon has done. It's been very disappointing to hear what's come out personally about him in the last several years, because I am a big fan of the work that he does. So I'll say that. But okay, so Marvel Universe, I'm going to say Hulk would be the Inspector, because he's kind of got a Jekyll and Hyde personality sometimes. Hey, bud, are you getting squirrely too? I'm going to say Black Widow would be Maya back there. Iron Man. Oh, Pat, that's my okay. It's going crazy. Iron Man. That'd be Handsome Dan. Handsome Dan would be Iron Man. I would say Stella would be Loki, right? That's probably it. We're not going to do all. I think Azara wanted me to do every single one of the characters. I'm saying no to that. I'm just kidding. I'm sure she did. That's a good question, though. I mean, Captain America, Thor. I would say Harry Vanderspiegel would be Thor, obviously, right? The little house snake. Captain America would be Captain Farrell. Okay, there we go. That's it. Pepper Potts. Damara. Okay, that's it. Now we're done. Lauren, thanks for the super chat. You still have your resident alien snake, Harry Vanderspiegel. Yes, I do. Yeah, we were just talking about him. Yeah, of course I do. We'll see Harry later. I'm gonna feed him later. We'll watch that. Skylar, thanks for the super chat. How are you feeling about the dwarf and super dwarf reticulated pythons based on your experiences versus ball pythons? Thanks. They're a totally different snake, and I like them a lot. I mean, a lot. I have. Oh, hang on, Red Sonia. I see your super chat too. You know, they're a lot more interactive. They're a lot more active in general, but a lot more interactive. They're very different than ball pythons. I have said, because people have asked me what my favorite snake is. I can't pick a favorite snake in the green room, but I will say that if somebody came to me and said that I could only have one snake, the species would be super dwarf reticulated python. So far, of what I have so far. That may change in the future because I've got some babies that are different species, you know. But I really like the super dwarfs. Red Sonia, thanks for this super chat. Your yak has a hot date. That's why he leaves you all the time. It's possible. It's possible. He also drinks a lot of beer, and so you know he could be at the pub. You just never know. All right. Got that one. I think I got all the super chats. Did I miss any? Okay. Speaking of, let's check on Echo real quick. I think she's just going to be there. That's great. I'll get another snake out. Let me get to one more question, and then and that'll be the end of the first page of these, and then I'll get another snake out. So if you have a suggestion on a snake that I should get out, put it in the comments, and maybe I'll see it. Okay. Amanda says, you've helped so many people rethink how they care for and interact with their snakes, often in really meaningful ways. Oh, that's really nice. Looking back, how has that journey impacted you as a keeper and as a content creator? Wow, that's a good question. That's a good, deep question. Fish Sticks, I see your super chat. I'm going to get to it in a second. You know, it's one thing that it's done is it makes me consciously think about stuff and consciously think about why I do things and why the snakes do things, because I have to talk about it in my videos. So, you know, if I wasn't doing my videos, I naturally do this thing where I show the snakes my hand, and I kind of get a sense of what they're doing and how they're feeling, and it kind of seems like second nature to do this socialization stuff without me thinking much about it. But it's really helpful for me to sit down and figure out literally what's happening there. So that's a cool thing. And yeah, it's great to be able to talk this stuff out, because I think that, and also I end up doing a lot of research myself. You know, like if I'm doing a subject like snake eyes, for example. I have to do all that research, so I end up learning a lot more than I normally would, because if I wasn't doing a video about it, I wouldn't do that research, you know. So there's a lot of cool stuff about that. There's a part 2 and maybe a part 3 here to Amanda's question, but let me get to Fish Sticks Super Chat. Another great attendee at the event. Speaking of Harry V, we started watching Resident Alien. Awesome, because we were talking about that in Minnesota. Everything you said about the show is true. Great recommendation. Yeah, I was like, because I told you we were talking about geek stuff in Minnesota, and I was like, you guys, if you haven't seen Resident Alien, you have to stop everything and watch it right now. It's so funny. It's just brilliant. And a lot of people have never heard of it because it's just on, what's it on, Sci-Fi? I mean, I watched it on Hulu, but I think it's a show that came out on Sci-Fi or something. It's just a small thing, but oh my gosh, highly recommend. Glad you're liking that, Fish. Okay. You guys, I'm so enjoying my Port Charlotte here. This is what I'm drinking for those of you who weren't here in the very beginning. Port Charlotte 10, one of my all-time faves that I haven't had in like a year. So happy to have it right now. Such a delicious, heavily peated Isla Scotch. Blvd? Is that who makes it? Who's the distillery that makes it? I don't know. Is it the Port Charlotte? Somebody tell me in the comments. Somebody who knows. Oh no, it's Progressive Herping Distillers. I don't know. Anyway, Port Charlotte is great. Oh, Netflix. You're right, Tangerine. Thank you. It's on Netflix, not Hulu. It's on Netflix. Absolutely. I've seen it a number of times. What was it on? There was another show that's on Hulu that I was telling people to watch. Oh, no, it doesn't matter. If I think of it, I'll say it. Okay. Let me make sure. I don't think I've missed any super chats, but they're coming in, and I don't want to miss any. So if I do, you guys flag me. Here's one from Jen, another attendee. All the attendees at the Minnesota trip are jumping in with super chats. I appreciate you guys. Is that the scotch that tastes like campfires? Yes, it is, Jen, but it's a different one. So the one that we did at our whiskey tasting in Minnesota was Lefroy. And Lefroy is fantastic, and it tastes like campfires. Port Charlotte is better. It's just better. It's so good. Candy is sending me a super chat to tell me that she thinks I missed Skylar's super chat. Thanks for that super chat, Candy. Let me go up and see. No, Skylar was asking about the dwarf and super dwarf retic versus ball pythons. Got that one. We got that one. But thanks for your super chat. Double checking. I appreciate it. Okay. All right. Here's another. This question is kind of similar to Azar's. Amanda says, if your snakes were attending Ren Fair, who's showing up in full armor ready for the joust? Who's running the turkey leg stand? And who's definitely banned from the mead tent? Okay. Who's showing up in full armor ready to joust? That's going to be the inspector again. Just anything fighting, like he's all about fighting me, not biting me. Never bites. He's not a defensive biter, but he is a male combat guy that will male combat me. He's all about combat. So he would be our jouster. And then who's running the turkey leg stand? You know, that's gonna be Evie. Just the sweetest, most unassuming. That's who we're getting out right now. In fact, is our turkey leg stand. Because you want just a sweet young lady or young man, but you know, sweet young lady at the turkey leg stand. And Evie is that. She just is just happy with whatever's going on. She's got some babies that are going to be available on Patreon very soon. We're going to make that clutch available. So those of you who are hoarder keepers and waiting for that clutch to become available, that's happening soon. She made some really nice ones with the Sundance kit. Oh, by the way, I asked, hold on, I'm going to say who's definitely banned from the mead tent in a second. But I asked for you guys to tell me what snakes you wanted me to bring out. I want to see if anybody responded. Okay, so we got Handsome Dan, Pip. Okay, I see that. Handsome Dan and Pip. I got it. Okay. So we'll do Pip. We're gonna do Pip later because we're gonna feed her. Handsome Dan, we'll see where he is. He's buried. He's buried in his new cage, and I may not bring him out just because I want him he's slowly getting used to this new cage. I'll tell you about his behavior in a second. Hang on a sec. Who's getting drunk in the meat tent? Or who's banned from the meat tent? That is going to be I mean, I have a number of snakes that would be a problem for, and I'm going to say Max, because the inspector would be another one that's a good one. But Max is his son, and Max is in breeding season right now, and he's showing me a little bit of crazy behavior. So I think he would have some crazy behavior with mead. Pioneer, I didn't realize that you're Pepper Queen. Hi, Pepper Queen. Yeah. Thanks for that super chat. Following, though, with the double decker, I miss all of you from the Minnesota trip. Yeah, so now we've had almost everyone check in from the Minnesota trip. Pepper Queen showed up a little bit later than most people were already set, and she chose what I thought was the worst spot for her tent. Just the wind was going crazy, but it turned out to be a good spot. I think she was secluded by a pile of wood. But man, when she was setting it up, it was tricky. I walked over. I was like, "Can I help?" Or I don't really want to, but can I bring you something? It was great. We had such a fun time. Can't wait to do another one of those. Crisis Corps, thanks for this super chat. Also, thank you for all the BOA advice. My little guy is doing so well. Oh, I'm glad. That's great. That's great. I'm glad your little guy is doing well. Renee, thanks for this super chat. Bob, I got my first ball python a few weeks ago. It's going so well. Congratulations. That's awesome. I just wanted to thank you for all the hours of information and entertainment. Oh, that's really nice, Renee. Thank you. Congrats on your new snake. That's fantastic. I love that. I love hearing from people that have found the videos helpful. You know, I don't think that you know, my channel isn't going to match with everyone's personality, and it, you know, there's a number of ways that you can get good information on ball pythons, but I always like hearing from people where my personality and my videos, my channel has matched with what they want to learn and how they want to learn, and it's been helpful for them. I think that's great. It makes me happy. Oren, yeah, this is true. Jason's Exotic Reptiles is a great for information on boas. Jason is a super smart guy and has tons of boa experience. I like his channel. So, you know, Evie is not a snake that I have out very often on this channel. And her boyfriend, the Sundance Kid, same thing. But their personalities are both kind of the same in that neither one of them ever wants to come out. They're always kind of in their hide. But when I bring them out, they do great. They just hang out and have a good time. I think, you know, as much as a snake can have a good time. I had Lucy and her mom were over the other day, And anytime Lucy comes over, she immediately grabs the Sundance Kid because, as some of you know, that's her favorite snake. And that snake actually belongs to her now because I gave him to her for her 16th birthday last year. But he just has to live with me until she has her own place because her mom's terrified of snakes. But she got him out, and he'll hang out with her for an hour around. He never gets squirrely, just happy guy. And this one's the same way. Not looking to come out, but when she comes out, she's totally fine doing it. Okay, where's my? Get back to these. Check on Echo real fast, and we'll get to the next question. Echo is just chilling. Okay. All right, last one from Amanda. Amanda had some great questions here. If the inspector were a real inspector, who would make the most unexpected but still hilarious partner for him? In that TV show, it would be the inspector and Pip. Is the part. Actually, okay, so either there would have to be an audition process to find out which is the funnier duo, but it's either going to be the inspector and Pip or the inspector and Maya, because in every episode there's going to be some attempts where Maya tries to eat the inspector, like she just literally tries to eat her partner, and he would always have to be fighting for his life during their joint investigations, which could prove to be hilarious shenanigans, right? I haven't had a snake yet climb up on this hat. It usually happens right away. I just realized I haven't yet had a snake on my hat. But they are trying to knock off my microphone. Okay. Big Mama D says, have you ever had issues when snakes cross paths while free roaming? Is it actually possible to do choice-based handling with a snake that will never make the choice? Okay, so two separate questions there. No, when snakes cross paths while free roaming, they often will acknowledge each other. In other words, they'll tongue flick, when one snake sees another one. Sometimes this one snake will be coming this way and another will come this way, and they'll touch noses and it'll startle them, kind of because they're nose shy or head shy, but never there's never a beef, there's never a problem with them. I'll answer that other question in a second. Let me get to Daisy's super chat. Which snake melts your heart the most? Oh, that's a great question, Daisy. I would say it might be Pip right now. It might be Pip, because she's little pippers. Maybe it's her. That's a good question. So part two of this, is it actually possible to do choice-based handling with a snake that will never make the choice? Yes, and I have a video about that, specifically about that. Because a lot of people try to do 100% choice-based handling, and that's not super practical for most people. And it's not super practical for most snakes, because if they're in their hide all the time, how do you do that? And I don't remember the name of the video. If you guys know, put it in the chat. The name of the video where I address that exact situation. You got a snake who never comes out of their hide. How are you going to do choice-based handle? So there are techniques that you can do. You don't have to, as far as the way I do it, I don't always do choice-based. I do mostly choice-based. But for snakes that never come out of their hide or whatever, I still will bring them out occasionally and work with them. There's certain ways to do that without, without completely freaking them out. So, okay. There was something I was going to do, but I forgot what it was. So we'll get to the next question. Oh, you know what we'll do? Let's do this. Let's check on Dan real quick. I'm gonna put this one back. Miss Evie, This good mama, she took a long time to grow up to become a breeding mama. She's, I think, 5 years old now. She just had her first clutch. It's okay. Sometimes they take a while. Julia, thanks for your super chat. I don't have any pythons. What attracts you to them so much? I'm team rat snakes myself and want to hear about the other side. It's just nice to hear about others' reasons for loving their reptiles. Yeah, you know what? I'm a big fan of rat snakes also. I can see that. They're awesome. You know, there's a thing about pythons, kind of, I think what initially drew me to pythons is that they're big. People think they're scary, right? You know, you think of pythons or boa constrictors as like these big, those are kind of the main players in the world of big, sort of scary snakes, what people think of, you know, as far as the non-venomous stuff. You know, the fact that they're, for the most part, not scary, and I think it's cool. But also their size. I like the bigger, thicker, and I like the variety of them. There are pythons that are, they're still pythons. They're still in the python family, but they're completely different than everything else. Like black-headed pythons, totally different than everything else. Green tree pythons, totally different than everything else. I don't have any green trees, but that's just an example. They're cool. They're cool. They are super smart and fun. But so are rat snakes. I also like that they're slow. You know, pythons are a slow-moving animal, and that's a big attraction, I think, for a lot of people, that you don't have a snake that's just going to whip away from you really fast, you know. Hang on. Wednesday Caroline activities with a super sticker. Thanks for that. I can't see the super sticker from the thing that I'm on right now, but I'll see it tomorrow when I'm on YouTube looking at the chat. Thanks for that, Wednesday. Colin, thanks for the super chat. At a reptile expo, what is the most outrageous price for a ball python you can remember? I recently saw one for $21,000. I don't know morphs, but it was mostly black. Yeah, I've seen ball pythons at shows where they're listed at like 30,000 range, I think. I can't remember specifically exactly what it is, but that's one where, like, it's a really rare morph, or maybe it's the only one in the world, something like that. And it's where the breeder isn't really trying to sell it; they have it there to show off. But if somebody will give them $32,000, they can have it. You know, it's one of those things. But yeah, and then there were, I think it was last year at the Pomona show, the world's first albino Uromastics were there. They were so cool looking, just a, you know, Uromastic lizard. Bright yellow, and those were selling for, or they were, I don't think they were selling, but they were on sale for, I think, 30,000, either 30 or 35,000 each. I don't know if anyone bought any, but they were pretty cool. Amanda, thanks for the super chat. I introduced my 2-year-old ball python to Nandor, and he hid behind a cushion on the couch. He's so much bigger than him. But he was like, nope. We decided he must be afraid of snakes. Well, he is Nandor the Relentless. And so I can imagine him scaring off a larger snake. That's really funny. I wonder if it was a coincidence. Like, you should try that again. You know, just let them roam around together. Because I don't really do a formal introduction with my snakes. I just, you know, if they're ball pythons and they're roughly the same size, and they're both, you know, either they're babies, so they're not sexually mature yet. But if it's 2 adult females, I just let them out together, and they can meet each other if they want to or not. You know, I don't do anything special to introduce them. but I don't. If they're adults or sexually mature, the males, my male ball pythons, aren't going to be introduced to anybody except the female that they're mating with. You know, that I want them to mate with, because I don't want them combating other males, and I don't want them doing unintended breeding behavior. You know. Oh, Debbie, this is a good question. Nandor is a baby. Nandor is one of Damara's babies that that they're a few months old right now. I can't remember exactly, but yeah. All right. We were going to get another snake, and it's going to be Pip. I'm going to feed Pip tonight, but we'll get her out right now because you guys want to see her, right? Here, I'll show you. I'll show you Echo while I get Pip. There we go. Pip is predictably sitting in her little jewelry box. You know, she's had this same jewelry box hide for a very long time. She hasn't ruined it yet. Pippers? Okay. Echo's doing good. She's just sitting there. She's not going to move. All right. Hi. Here's this little one. Little Pip. Little Pip's getting big compared to what she was, but still just for, you know, she's not full grown yet. I mean, snakes grow their whole lives, but she's not done with the bulk of her growing yet, but she's not going to be much bigger than this, you know. Just little tiny pippers. I'm excited to hopefully someday have a male for her. Get some babies. Get some little baby. These pygmy pythons, for those of you who don't know, this is a pygmy python, smallest species of python in the world. And the babies hatch out at 4 grams. 4. Ball python babies hatch out between 60 and 70 grams, just to give you a sense of that. Julia, thanks for the super chat. Additional question. I hope this is okay. It is okay, for sure. What's your dream snake? For the chat, too, I think we all have a snake we can't get for some reason. Yeah, yeah, that's a good. Throw that in the chat, you guys, what your dream snake is. Mine is always, and it's kind of what everybody's is. And actually, you know what? I would say, why am I having this problem? You know what? No, I'm going to change it. I'm going to say an Owen Pelly python. That's my dream python. Because we can't have those in the United States. I think there's only, I don't even know if zoos have them, right? There's got to be zoos that have Owen Pelly pythons. That's an Australian python that we just can't have because we can't import from Australia, and there's none in the pet trade. That's my dream snake. If someone said, you can legally have an Owen Pelly python, or you can have this Boland's python, I think I would take the Owen Pelly, just because I'd be the only person with an Owen Pelly python. You know? Is a Boland's python cooler? Yeah, probably. It's probably a better choice. I mean, my answer is always a Boland's python, but I wanted to, it's kind of everybody's answer. But I think the Owen Pelly python is a more creative answer. Good question. Amy, thanks for the super chat. My youngest snake hatch day is coming up. I'm just planning on updating her breeder, how she's doing. Maybe give her some, let's see. I'm just planning on updating her breeder, how she's doing. Maybe give her some attention. Do you do anything for your snake's hatch day? I mean, it's a great idea. When you have a lot of snakes, I'm going to say no. I don't do anything for my snakes hatch days. I have some on my calendar. Some of them are on my calendar because I want to know when their hatch day is, so I know how old they are. I think like Dolly and Tiger Lily are on my calendar because they're the first snakes that I ever hatched. So that shows up. But usually it's just I check my app, my Husbandry Pro, and I'll notice, oh, somebody just turned 4 or somebody just turned 5 or whatever. But I don't do anything. But you should do something. You know, change around their cage or something. Give them some enrichment on their hatch day. You know. Oh, come on. There we go. It's better to see Pip in focus, right? You don't need to see me in focus. Oh, dang it. Just checking to see if there's any other super chats. Did I miss any? I don't think so. All right. Pip apparently isn't going to stay in focus. All right. Where are we at? Can I hold you? I need you. She's just like perched on top of my hand rather than holding on to anything. She could easily fall, but I got her. I got you, young lady. Okay. Sarah Barber, who is in the chat right now, I believe, still is saying, what's the last book you read and or TV show you watched? So I'm reading Slither right now. Who's reading Slither? That's a new one that came out. It's not. I'm not done with it, but it's really interesting. Just for snake nerds that read snake books, this is a great one from a researcher. Bunch of stories on his life as a snake researcher. It's cool. So I'm reading that right now, and then I tell you what, other than I always say to watch Resident Alien. We talked about that already, but The Righteous Gemstones, you guys, oh my gosh, so funny. Such a ridiculous show. I'm finished with that, but I binged it, and it took me a few episodes to get into it, but man, it's so funny. And right now I'm going back and I had started watching Ozark a long time ago and I got distracted, but now I'm back into Ozark and I'm going through that, which I'm late to the game on that one, but what a good show. So good. Jason Bateman is my hero. He's brilliant in everything he does. And so seeing him in this dramatic role and seeing the episodes that he's a brilliant director. He directs a lot of the episodes on the show and they're really good. So I recommend it. Sarah's asking, how are you liking Harry the house snake? The more I learn about them, the more I want some. Yeah, I like Harry a lot. He's great. He's a cool little snake. I'll bring him out. We'll see Harry in a bit. Harry is officially the smallest snake in the green room because he is smaller than little Pipper's here. Pip is the second smallest snake in the green room. Hang on, super chat just came in. I see it. I'm getting there. See if I can keep my face covered. I think we can keep Pip in focus. Kathy, thanks for this super chat. My 21-month-old female, 1,000 gram female, acts hungry 10 days. She's eating a frozen thawed small rat every 2 weeks. Feed her every 10 days? Question mark. No, you're doing great. That's perfect. Small rat every 2 weeks? Sure. No, you don't feed them when they act hungry. Snakes are opportunistic eaters, and they will start looking for food whenever they decide to start looking for food. Echo's been looking for food for a week. Today's her day to feed her. If I fed her every time she started looking for food, I'd be feeding her about every 4 days. As it is, she gets fed every 2 weeks. Yeah, we want to keep them on their feeding schedule regardless of how they're acting. Snakes in the wild look for food for a very long time before they actually find food. and their bodies aren't designed to eat food every time they start looking for it. You know, like if they had a refrigerator to just go and get a sandwich every time, they would be absolutely obese. So it's good to let your snake be hungry for a while. Let them, you know, their hunger. It's not like a mammal's hunger. It's just like, all right, let me see. I don't know when my next meal is, so let me start looking now, because who knows when it's going to come. You know, it's kind of like that. So yeah, I think you're on a good schedule with her. Hold on. Let's see. I'm scrolling down. Rachel, thanks for the super chat. Wait, hang on. See Mr. and Mrs. Morelia there too. Hold on one second. And there it is. Rachel's. Hi, Bob. I've been watching your videos and recently joined the Horde on Patreon. Oh, great. Welcome. Hope you enjoy it there. I'm getting ready to buy a ball python soon. What is the best way to stay updated on your breeding plans or get on a wait list? It's a good question. I was mentioning earlier that I'm going to be making the current clutch that I have available very soon on Patreon, and you'll see a video that like I usually post videos when I'm, you know, those of you in the Horde know that you get several videos a week from me, whether it's an update or a thing that I need to just tell you really quick. Like earlier today, I had something that I needed to remind you of really fast before the live stream, so I just made a quick video. So I do that with these clutches as well. It used to be that I would do a wait list and have people sign up on the wait list, and then when the snake's ready to go, I would contact the people. Now what I've realized is it's much easier to just say, okay, these snakes are available. Here they are. Here's the price, and here's what they are. Message me if you want one, or message me if you have any questions. So that's what we'll do with this clutch that I'm going to make available soon, probably in the next week or so. And then I've got a clutch cooking right now that will be hatching in a month. I think they've got a month left. And then we got a bunch of mamas that are going to be laying this season, more than I expected. So we'll see what I end up with. Thanks for the super chat, Mr. and Mrs. Morelia. Thanks for your super chat. If you get a male pygmy, will you name it Squeak for Pip and Squeak? Yes, exactly. That is exactly why her name is Pip, because the male will be Squeak. Love the t-shirt and the actual handsome Dan himself. Oh, thanks. This t-shirt is available. If you're watching this on YouTube and you look below the video, you should have there should be a thing for the Green Python's merch store. And the handsome Dan, it says handsome Dan is not a python on it. Designed by our very own Amy Bentley, who's still not here. But hopefully she'll be here later this evening. She drew the handsome Dan picture because she's super talented. Julia, thanks for the super chat. Excuse me. My Vietnamese Blue Beauty, I love those, is a sweetheart, surprisingly, thank goodness. But I'm looking into building her climbing perches. I do woodwork, but do we have any advice on how to keep it safe? Just make sure you're using wood that's safe for snakes. You know, you're not using pine or cedar. Any soft wood, stay away from. But yeah, I mean, a Blue Beauty is obviously, as you know, is going to be all over the place. So any kind of perch, they're going to use that. They'll sit across it, you know, whatever, and it'll be safe for them. They're used to climbing all over the place. No concern about them falling, I don't think. That's great. That's what a cool snake those are. And that's great that yours is a sweetheart, because they are known for being, you know, they're very they're into their own personal space and their own personal protection, which I get it. I understand that, you know, but they definitely will let you know if they're not interested in you or your hand being around. Danielle Champion, good to see you. Thanks for the super chat. Hi, Bob. Tipping because you're keeping me company while I do gecko and snake maintenance. Oh, thanks for that, Danielle. I'm glad you're doing your gecko and snake maintenance. It's good to hear from you. Danielle is an old school supporter of the channel. She's been with us since the beginning. I appreciate you, Danielle. Kathy, thanks for the super chat. She's a pig without legs. Yep. That's, some snakes are like that. I have several that are pigs without legs. In fact, we're going to be feeding 2 of them, also known as super dwarf reticulated pythons. No-legged pigs. Elijah, thanks for the super chat. I am 13 and I just got my first snake a week ago. Now I feel bad that you sent me a super chat, Elijah. I feel like I owe you $5, but okay. Got my first snake a week ago. Well done. Congrats. He's a super dwarf retic from Reach Out Reptiles. I named him Radley, Rad for short. Any tips for starting to handle? That's great, Elijah. That's fantastic. Congrats. You got a serious snake, man. Is your first one? Well played. Well played. I have lots of tips for handling, but I said this in the very beginning of this live stream. The tips that I have are, I've got a bunch of videos on this on the channel, and anything that I've done as far as handling ball pythons and socializing ball pythons works the same for retics. So same kind of thing, especially baby retics. Your chances of getting bit by a baby retic might be a little bit higher than your chances of getting bit by a ball python, but when it happens, you'll learn that it's not a big deal. So don't be afraid to get bit. But we also don't want to antagonize our snake into biting us, but it just happens sometimes, So you want to be careful that you're not trying to ramp up your snake into that where it's always trying to bite you. But I'm just saying that it might be more likely that you get bit with retic than with a baby ball python. But yeah, any of those videos will help you out. There's lots of tips for handling. Al, thanks for your super chat. Or is it AI? I don't know if that's an L or a capital I. I think it's an L. Hey, Bob. I see you have a couple of pieces of large branches in your enclosure. Where did you get those large pieces, and how do you sterilize them? Those are, I got those from Amazon, which is so silly to do, but I was looking for exact 5-foot branches. I didn't want to cut them myself, and Amazon had them. So I got them and I put them in my cage. I did not sterilize them, not really necessary. I didn't get them from someone who has snakes and might have snake mites on them, stuff like that. It's just a piece of wood, and pieces of wood are fine for snakes. It's not they weren't treated with any chemicals or anything like that. It's just straight wood with nothing on it. And really hard to treat a big long piece of wood like that anyway, because you either do it some people do it in the freezer, which is not super effective, but in the oven for smaller pieces, pieces of cork bark, pieces that you get from a reptile show, you pull them from a reptile show, those could have mites because you don't know what other people have been holding other snakes and then holding that piece of wood that you just bought. So those things you definitely want to try to sterilize. Yeah. Okay. Back to this. Brett Hutchins is asking status update on Snake Spies. It's a good question. Snake Spies is an animated show that was created by, I would say created by Tara Strong, Bob Bledsoe, and Willie Morris. We talked about it. It came up. The idea of it came up during Tara's appearance on the channel. Let's just see if we can get Tara on the phone. See what the status is, because I would think that Hollywood would be buzzing about Snake Spies, but let's just see.
Hello?
Tara Strong. Hey, I'm on a live stream right now. And I have a really important question for you. Someone is asking what the status of Snake Spies is. And I assume Hollywood is buzzing about it, but I don't know for sure. What's your thought?
We picked up for 3 seasons.
Oh, good. Wow, 3.
Really, and even the kids, we keep talking about it for Sunrise Music. I'm like, okay, here's the theme song. And it's such a fun idea. And I don't know, maybe we do some like test runs with some fun animation through voicelings, I'm thinking.
Yeah.
I know you know I have like a master class.
Yeah.
And so I kind of love the idea of doing some test animation. So Bob, would you like to be a voice?
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe we'll let some of your subscribers audition for some of the parts.
Yeah, we'll do it. There's probably artists too. I mean, you probably know artists as well, but we could probably get some test art done really nicely.
Yeah, I think it's a fun idea, and I think I really, I was not into reptiles before I met Willie, and I'm still kind of on the fence. But he says hi.
Hi, Willie.
But through coming to the convention and seeing like there's a really big crossover with fandoms at Comic-Cons and people that are passionate about the reptile community, and I kind of love the idea of putting it together. So
yeah,
even though we kind of made it as a joke on that video we did at your place, like let's really talk about it and include the fans. I think it's a fun idea. I really do. I'm not just saying that.
I know.
Seriously.
I know. I agree. And I've been thinking about it seriously since. Remember that day a few weeks ago that I came over. I was hanging out on a Sunday, as I do sometimes, because your house is my favorite place to be on a Sunday. And I can't remember what Willie and I were doing. Probably, I'm sure it was something with the snakes. And you were in there writing a script, and you made us do a table read of your the first few pages of Snake Spies. I know. It's great. Yeah. Yes. Is it fast? Because I'm on a live stream. But yes. I love it. That's it. I love it. Yes, they can hear. Yeah, I'm on. That's Willie saying hi to you guys. I hope you guys can hear. I hope you guys can hear the phone. I assume you can. All right, I'm gonna hang up now. Nice chatting with you both. I hope you have a lovely evening. Love you. Bye. All right. Could you guys hear that pretty well? Did that translate? By the way, first snake to crawl up on my hat here is Pip. Am I nervous about it? A little bit. A little bit. Oh, you couldn't? That's a bummer. Shoot. Sorry. We chatted for quite a while then, especially since you couldn't hear it. That's unfortunate. Julia, thanks for the super chat. Last one, but I want to say your videos have helped a lot, so I wanted to throw some money at you. Oh my gosh, that's so nice. Also, just funny. Bluebell is a sweatshirt, but she's is a sweetheart. Bluebell is a sweetheart, but she's not that confident a climber. She's working on it. Oh, well, you add some perches and she'll get better at climbing for sure. I love that I read that as sweatshirt, not sweetheart. You know why that didn't work, you guys? My mic is a noise canceling mic, and it probably picked up the phone as noise. Dang it. Sorry about that. So basically, the recap of the Snake Spies convo was that because Jen just asked for it. Thanks for the super chat, Jen. Is Tara said, wait, hang on. I'm going to try to get her off. Tara said that she seriously wants to do it because she likes that there's a crossover of animation fans and snake fans, and she has this school called Voicelings that she wants to get them involved and maybe do a little fun test animation thing, and I think so too. We talk about it when I go over to their house. We talk about it. we came up with it kind of as a joke in that video, but it's a fun idea. And last time we talked about it, I was saying that it would be a fun one for kids. Tara wants to do it as the show for adults, which could be funny with more adult humor, which I think is cool. So we're gonna keep talking about it. We're kicking ideas around. Julia again. Thanks for the super chat. She's a hatchling. She's getting it. I lied. One more. Thanks for that. Yeah. So I get it. She's a hatchling blue beauty. Yeah. Once they're a little bigger, they'll be all over the place. So anyway, that's a bummer that didn't work. I thought I had such a great idea to call Tara on the phone, and then you guys couldn't hear her. But that's what happens. And let me ask you this: has the video quality been good the whole time on this live stream? Because those of you who are not brand new to my live streams know that since I moved into the Green Room 2.0, video quality on live streams has not been good, but I think it's fixed. I think. But tell me. Great. Cool. Okay. Video has been great so far. Perfect. I love it. I think we've got that fixed. I think we're going to have quality video on the live streams from now on. That's great. It was so frustrating last time because if you were here last time, I thought I had it fixed. I thought I had it figured out, and it was actually worse. I made it worse. But now it's good. Okay, great. Hi, Miss Pythons. Jen says, "Oh my God, having Snake Spies as a student project would be the bee's knees. Video quality A+. Great. That's awesome. Thanks, Jen. Appreciate that." All right. Logan asks, "I've had my ball python for a couple months, and she just will not come out of the hide. On the hot side, both hides are exactly the same, but she doesn't come out at all. She doesn't have issues coming out or being held, but as soon as I put her back, she runs straight back into her warm hide. I keep the warm hide around 90 to 92 and the cool hide around 78 to 80. Humidity is right about 60. Yeah, that's kind of normal. I mean, if the hides are the same and your temps are accurate, I would measure your temps maybe with a couple different measurement devices if you have them, just to make sure they're accurate. Because if it's if it ends up being way too cold on the cold side, then they'll always be in the warm side because of that. But if you've got a normal, good temperature gradient, then you just have a snake that prefers to be on the warm side, and that's okay. They'll also change that preference eventually. It won't be like that their whole life. So I just double check when I see the snake is doing that, like favoring one side all the time. I double check my temps, and if my temps are good, then that's just the snake's choice, and that's totally okay. Okay, maybe not. Okay. All right. I'm going to put Pip back. We are going to get her back out, though, in a little bit to give her some food. So hang on one second. I should have given you guys the echo view, but I can tell you that hasn't moved since last time you saw her. So you know what I'm actually going to do? Oh, I was going to close her door, but I'm not going to. She's here. I'll give you the view for a second. She's kind of hanging off of it. The other thing that I did is I had this other camera that hang on. I had this other camera that every time it moved slightly, like for my B camera, every time it moved slightly, it's disconnected. And that was a problem. And so we've got that issue fixed. So here's Handsome Dan's cage. Is that it? Yeah. So on the bottom there is Handsome Dan. And then we got Banjo right above that. And Dan is hang on. Dan has been burying himself in the sand, and that's why I probably won't bring him out. Oh, we were a long time ago. Hold on, I'm going to get to these super chats in a second, you guys. A long time ago on this live stream, I said that we would talk about Handsome Dan's behavior, and then I didn't. So it's just that when I introduced him to his new Bioactive, he slowly crawled in and immediately noticed dirt and buried himself in the dirt. And there he sat for 2 days, didn't move. And it's what boas do. You know, usually it's just leaf litter that they bury themselves in, but he had dirt that hasn't compacted yet. We just put it in, so it's nice and soft, easy to just crawl in there and get himself dug in. And after 2 days, he came out and started slowly looking around. Like he's been in there 48 hours, but he hasn't looked around at all. So I watched him for the first time look around the cage, and now he's back to buried again. So whereas a lot of the other snakes went all over the place and looked at everything, he's very slowly getting acclimated to his cage. Danielle, thanks for the super chat. Just wanted to let you know that Piper, the little pied girl I got from you, is doing awesome. Oh, that's great. She has the sweetest personality and eats great. Oh, I'm so glad, Danielle. I love hearing about the snakes that people get from me. There's a channel in the Horde of Keepers section of Patreon that you can see. If you're in the Horde, you can see it. If you're not, you can't see that channel. But it's called GRP Hatched. So in other words, snakes that have hatched from green ring pythons. And people can post photos and give updates and stuff. It's my favorite channel on Discord because I get to see this, how the snakes are doing that I've sent off to people. And I love hearing about them. Amy, thanks for the super chat. Amy Olson says, I remember you mentioning a Ren fair you've been to in Canby, Oregon, and I went to the website and saw a picture of you on there, thinking of going sometime this month. And you should, Amy. Yes, there is a picture of me on that website because I'm one of their stage acts at that festival. So they use me in their promo. Yeah, I'll be there every weekend starting this coming weekend. And it's probably sold out, but I host their pub crawl also on at their early pub crawl. So they have an 11 a.m. pub crawl that I lead at that festival. So if there's any tickets left, if you're in Oregon, do that pub crawl. It's fun. It's a fun one. We get into all kinds of shenanigans. Okay. Here we go. Silvermander says, as retics are not allowed in my state, I have an opinionated ball python, similar to the inspector. Opinionated is a good way to put it. And a pushy, lovable hognose that makes me laugh every day. They both act like they're arboreal, but I'd love something truly arboreal, preferably not bigger than an adult male ball python. Thoughts or ideas? Well, if you want truly arboreal, that would be like, love that sound. That would be like, like a completely arboreal snake, like an emerald tree boa or a green tree python. But what you're probably thinking of is something that you can interact with a little bit more, or maybe a snake that's, I should say, a little more comfortable with being interacted with. That would be a semi-arboreal snake. A rainbow boa or any of the smaller boa localities. Those are all semi-arboreal animals, and those are good choices. Like a children's python would be a good choice, too. That's a smaller one. Yeah, those are good ones. Antaresia, semi-arboreal. So that's a children's python, spotted python, pygmy python. They're very small, hard to find and very small. But Stimson's, spotted, children's python, those guys. Speaking of, all about Antaresia is asking, how is Pip doing? She's so adorable. Would love an update, please. All about Antaresia, your timing on the list. I don't know if the timing is good or it's bad, but obviously we just had Pip out, so you saw how she's doing. She's doing fantastic. She's eating very well and growing, and she's doing great. She's a super smart, very interactive snake. And I say interactive. She's in her hide the whole time that her light's on in her cage. As soon as the light goes out, she comes out and explores. And she's usually back in her hide before the light comes on again the next day. But she's got a schedule. She likes to stick to her schedule. I almost never see her out during the day when the light's on. Lindsay says, my baby ball python, who is 10 months old, has not pooped in 6 weeks. In the 6 weeks that I've had her, I've tried warm baths. Is this okay? Excuse me. And will she just go when she needs to? She's eating every 5 to 7 days. Humidity stays around 70%. Yeah, we talked about this quite a bit earlier in the podcast, in the live stream. Yeah, snakes will go whenever they're ready, and you don't need to give them a bath. Really, that oftentimes stresses out ball pythons. Some ball pythons are okay with it, but many of them get stressed, especially young ones. So that's not needed. They'll poop when they're ready. It's very rare that a ball python actually is backed out. Like that's a medical problem, and it's not super common with this species. But it is common that your new snake doesn't poop for a long time, and it makes you worried. So I get that, but they're okay. They'll make it happen eventually. Sarah says, in your experience, what species of snakes has been the most challenging to care for, and which one has been the easiest? And then what size and type of enclosure do you think is top tier ideal for a Burmese? So I'll answer that one first, but I'm not going to give you dimensions for a Burmese, but Burmese pythons are huge. They don't move around as much as reticulated pythons, but when they're big, we're talking about an adult Burmese python. A PVC cage would be the type, and the size would be as big as you can give them. At least a cage that's as long as the snake, and then plenty of width also, with some good shelving for them to sit up on if they want to. Big cage for a Burmese. And we see people keeping them in smaller enclosures, stuff like that. Which, if it's a home, if they're keeping a berm in a smaller, shorter cage, but they're letting it out all the time. A lot of people have berms and they just let them out during the day and they roam around because Burmese are such cool, sweet animals. That's one thing. But if that animal is living their entire life in a smaller cage, it's just not big enough for those huge snakes. So that's that answer. And then what snake has been the most challenging to care for? I wouldn't say that any of them are challenging, but I mean, of the species that I have, ball pythons are the only ones that go off food, and that's a challenge. So I might say that the ball python is the most challenging to care for, but it's still not really a challenge. You can overcome those feeding situations, but you just don't have those problems with the other snakes. The other snakes the other snakes I have might be the retics, the black-headed pythons, might be more likely to bite you, but that's not a care issue. That's a confusing you for food issue, So yeah, I'd say ball pythons. And which has been the easiest? The easiest probably Pip. She's just happy with whatever. She always eats. She's target trained immediately and does her target perfectly every time. Yeah, but they're all easy. I mean, I could probably say just about any of these, Also, tiny cage for Pip, so that makes it easier. I mean, it's big for her. It's a big cage for her, but it's tiny. So yeah. Wait, was I supposed to turn the page there? Oh no, I wasn't. I had one more. I almost missed Maria's. Hold on. Let me make sure I didn't. I've been talking for a while. Have I missed anything? I don't think so. No, okay. The last super chat was about the Oregon Ring Fair. Okay. Oh, I need to bring another snake out. Who should it be? So it can't be Handsome Dan. I'm going to leave Handsome Dan in there. But let me know if there's another snake that you want to see, and I'll grab it after I answer this question. Maria says, do you find that juvenile snakes tend to have a growth spurt when they're moved to an adult-sized enclosure? I have one snake, so my data is somewhat incomplete. Just curious if that's a usual thing. No, Maria, I would say no, not at all. That just has to do with the food that you're feeding them for one thing, but also just their the stage in life. You know, there are certain times that they're going to grow a lot faster, and even within that, say 3 years, the first 3 years that a ball python is growing the fastest, there's going to be points within those 3 years that they grow, that they have these growth spurts. So it was probably just coincidence that you put them in a bigger cage. But yeah, I wouldn't say the caging has anything to do with it. It's just it's food and where they're at in their development. Okay, so we've got people saying, let's see, let me scroll up. I'm seeing Damara, I'm seeing Kata, Pip, which we already had out. Pip was out for a while, so if you missed that, you'll have to go back. Pip will be out again because we're going to feed her in my hand. I'm going to hold her in my hand and feed her. Okay, so we got Damara and Kata. Let's get Damara because Kata just shed, or no, she didn't shed. Hang on. She didn't shed. She's about to shed. Damara, though, has spent the entire day since morning out. And I just put her back before, hi, Mama. I put her back before we started the live stream. She's just been curled up napping all day. And she did it under the stack of cages with the inspector and the carpet pythons. So here's Miss Damara. We'll hang out with her a little bit. She's been out all day, but I haven't really hung out with her at all. I opened her cage. This morning she was in the front, so I opened it up like I always do if I see her in the front. She came out and found her spot. We got a lot of people getting babies from Damara. I shipped out one yesterday and I shipped out one today. Most of the others have been shipped out. A lot of Damara babies. Mystic Pets, I see your super chat. Hold on one second. Okay, let me get back to it. There we go. Thanks for that. In your experience, are males more likely to go off food versus females? Only my males have gone off food. No, not necessarily. That's probably just a coincidence too. They just kind of do that sometimes. Thanks for that super chat, though. I would say my females have been pickier eaters. If I'm comparing my males to my females, Damara's going right back in her cage. I'm gonna let her. Sorry, she's already been out, and I think she just wants to be in her hide. And I get it. I will leave her cage open though, because she could go in and then turn around and come back out. But I want to let her do what she wants. So I will. That was a brief appearance by Damara. I'll get somebody else. We'll see though. Maybe she wants to come back in. We'll give her a minute. Let's see. Barbara says, excuse me, not a question. Just wanted to say that I received my Handsome Dan is Not a Python t-shirt. It would have been this one or maybe the other design of it. I'm not sure which one Barbara got. And I love, love, love it. Can't wait to show it off. That's awesome, Barbara. That's fantastic that you got one. All Barbara did is clicked on the link to the Green Room Python store, which is right under your YouTube video. And found that. Or you can, if you don't have that or can't find it, you can Google Green Room Python's spread shop. Spread shop, one word. Or you could probably Google Green Room Python's merch store and it'll come up. All right. Damara is going back in her hide. I'm seeing Lucille, Koa. Dan's not coming out, Katie, because he's still getting used to his new environment. He's kind of buried right now. Koa I fed yesterday. Lucille. Oh wait, are you super in shed? Oh my goodness, you're a zombie. Did I even know she was in shed? I don't think I did. Okay, so we're gonna give a little more water in that cage. Okay, so Lucille's not available. Those of you asking for Echo, she is right here. She's right here. The door's open. She's hung out of the door a little bit. I'm going to close it because she just is looking for food. And we are going to feed her. But I'm going to close that. You know what we can do? Let's see what Stella's also looking for food, but not as aggressively as... Hang on. Okay. Let's just see what happens when we open up Stella's cage. she knew right away that I was opening her cage. Hi, Mama. I'm not feeding right now. I'm sorry, I'm not feeding right now. This is just me. That's just me. Big eyes, looking for food. Not too worried about putting my hand in front of her face, though. She absolutely could bite me at some point if I do that, but she never in her life has. So even though it's always a risk if they're in food mode, especially, I know the risk is low just because of her history. However, that stuff could always change. Danielle's asking for Banjo. Banjo's a possibility. He's in his sky hide right now. Banjo has a sky hide for the first time in his life, and he made use of it immediately. So I'm really happy that he's got it. He actually ended up with, I had to play musical cages a little bit, and he ended up with Stella's old cage. Stella has a new cage from Black Box. Wait. Hi. Stella's cage is new from Black Box Cages, and that doesn't have a sky hide yet. So I have ordered one and I have to install it. But anyway, the point is, it was cool that Banjo, as soon as he found that he has a sky hide, he's using it. So I'm glad he's got one. Danielle's asking for Tiger Lily. That's an easy one. Danielle's asking for Anya. I'm going to leave Anya alone because she is working on some eggs. Tiger Lily, Tiger Lily's also working on some eggs, but she's not at the same stage that Anya is. Tiger Lily has found a spot in her little box from The Darkness, which is a lovely single malt whiskey. Hi, babe. What's going on over here? She recently shed. Whoops. Sorry, Mama. Recently shed and is looking very beautiful in her new clothes. Okay. Where is my had questions? You know what? Let's try this, Lucille. Let's try and, this is Tiger Lily, not Lucille. Tiger Lily. Let's see if we can do this without her pulling off my microphone. She often does. She likes to grab onto things. All right. Debbie said, wait, let's see. What did, oh, you already came out, huh, Mama? Okay, cool. Here, we're going to get to Debbie's question in a second. Oh, whoops. You can see what Stella's up to there. She's just doing her thing. I'm going to sort of keep an eye on her. Oh, maybe she'll just crawl into a hide. I doubt it, though. She's on the move. She's not used to this. You know, she's used to crawling around on top of cages, but this stack of cages is new, and she knows that. Like, it's different. So I think she's very interested in what's going on. She's up higher. She's not used to being up that high. That stack that she's currently sitting on is different. And they can tell. So look at that. Tiger Lily's trying the hat out. I can't believe more snakes haven't tried the hat out today. Elijah, my mom is not in the chat, but she is here. I think she's watching it from her Kindle, I think, and so she can't be on the chat if she's on the Kindle. She's got to be on her computer to be in the chat. Okay, so Debbie is asking, what type of cameras do you use in your enclosures and how do you mount them? I have a glass zoom med enclosure right now, but plan to upgrade to PVC. I'd like the camera to be able to be mounted in both types of enclosures. I don't have cameras in my enclosures. I don't use them. I've put cameras in enclosures temporarily just to film for a video, but I don't keep cameras in my enclosures. So those of you who do, put it in the chat how you mount them. My problem with cameras, and the reason I don't want them in the enclosure, is they're a source of heat and they give off infrared. Most of them do, I think. And I don't know how that affects the snake. So and because I don't understand it enough, I don't want to take the chance that could be problematic or bothersome for the snake. So I don't want to have a camera in there all the time. If I did, though, I would probably do something where I would encase it like in a little box somehow so that the snake can't directly get to the camera and crawl onto it and pull it down, you know. But if anybody keeps a camera in their cage full time, put it in the chat. See if you can answer Debbie's question. Man, Tiger Lily's getting thick. Look at, you can tell, like, I just remember what she looks like normally as a hat band. And she looks so much thicker now. And she's also pulling my hat down on my head. I'm gonna adjust the hat so it doesn't. She's super heavy. Where are we at here? Kayla is saying, my ball python keeps trying to escape by literally sliding the glass doors open. Does this mean it's time for a bigger enclosure? A 6x3x3 maybe? I have so much stuff in there. Branches, jungle gym, tons of fake plants and leaves, huge water bowl, moss hide, other hides. That is 4x2x2 seriously feels too small now. I want to add new toys for him, but there's no room. So I just keep swapping stuff out to keep him entertained. Yeah, so Kayla, sure, you could go with a 6x3x3. That'd be great for a ball python, but it's not necessary. It's not that the cage is not big enough, but you don't have to keep adding things like that. Swapping out is the thing to do. So just change change your cage, pull everything out, redo it, make it different for them. And then when it's time to change again in a couple weeks or whatever the time frame is, take out the enrichment that you currently have in there and put new enrichment in. So don't fill the cage up with stuff. Let him have his space. But and he still may do that. He still may be there. There might have been a time that he pushed that glass door open and he learned that it can open, and that's what he's trying to do. But it's not because the cage is too small for him. However, if you want to get him a 6x3x3, that would be a palatial cage. That'd be great. So I'm not saying don't do that, but I don't think it's necessary. You could do your enrichment differently and really fully change his cage out. That'll be the difference for him. You see Stella just being really interested in these cages. Like it's very similar to what was there before, but what was there before were smaller cages. They were on a frame that she knew them, like she could climb up and down those cages. She can't really do that on these. So this is different. And she totally knows that. So she's doing a bit of searching. It's always interesting to watch their behavior. This might be the first time that it is the first time that she's been on top of these cages since we did the Bioactive. We did that on Saturday. She's been out of her cage a couple times, but I bring her straight into the snake well room where she's used to being. So, and on the old cages, if I just changed something slightly on the top here where she's at, like on the top of the inspector's cage, if I took a hide out or moved a hide or did something that she's not used to, she would notice it, So this whole thing is different for her. It's cool. She gets to get her brain working a little bit. All right. Let me check the chat here real quick that I haven't looked at in a minute. BD Lexin, thanks for the super chat. Look at this. I'm not missing super chats, you guys. If you might be able to say hello to my daughter, Mavie, she would love that. Is it Mavie, though? Because I don't want to mispronounce her name. So I'm going to say hi, Mavie. But, man, and that's an easily mispronounced name. I bet it's Mavie. BD Lexin, will you confirm? But hi, Mavie. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you both are here. Okay, let me see if okay, so I don't think I've missed any super chats. All right. BD Lexin, give me the pronunciation on that. Was I right? While I'm waiting for that, Tangerine is asking, what is that ball python's morph? Tiger Lily is a 6 morph combo, but what you're seeing mainly is Sarah's saying Mava. Is that, I trust Sarah. Sarah's super smart. Or Mave rhymes with Dave. Is it Mave? Okay, so now I'm getting two different. So Mava or Mave, but Mavie, it sounds like it's wrong. Hi, Mave. Hi, Mava. I really want to know I really want to be able to pronounce your name correctly. Charlie is right. Okay, so Mave. We're saying Mave right now until. There we go. BD Lexin came back. Her name is said Mave. Okay, great. Thanks for that. Hi, Mave. I'm sorry for the mispronunciation. That, I never had that problem because my name is just Bob. It's so hard to mispronounce Bob. but I'm sure it gets really frustrating when you have a name that's spelled differently, or it's not a name that everybody sees all the time or says all the time. That's going to be such a bummer to have it mispronounced. But hi, Maeve. I'm glad you're here, and I'm glad I'm now able to pronounce it correctly. Okay. Where was I at? I feel like I was answering something. Oh, the morphs. So Tiger Lily, let me see if I can remember. I mean, basically what you're seeing there is calico, for one thing. You're seeing that white coming up on her sides, which is calico. She is spot nose. So if she shows you her head, you'll see a head stamp that looks like a mandolin, in my opinion. But her sister has a guitar, a really nice looking guitar head stamp. There you go. You can almost see it. And she is asphalt, which gives her some brightness and some flames at the side. She's orange dream. She is, what else is she? I don't even remember. Asphalt, Inchy? Spot nose. Inchy is the other one. Spot nose. Orange dream. Extreme gene. Asphalt. I think I got them all. Anyway, she's a mix. She's a big mix of things. Okay. Have I missed any others? I don't think so. Have I missed your super chat? Let me know if I did. I don't think so, though. I think I've got them all so far. All right. Here we go. Keeping this Q&A rolling. And then we're gonna start feeding snakes here in a little bit. We're gonna put Stella back. Where even is Stella? Oh, she's back in her cage. Look at this. I mean, you can see her, but look at that. She went right back in her cage. I like that. She's good at finding her cage, but she hasn't done that yet. She's really good at like being all the way across the room and deciding that it's time to go back in her cage where she wants to be. And she knew exactly how to get to her cage. Now, before, her cage was on this level right here. This would have been where her cage was. So now she's up here, but obviously easy to get to from where she came out. And I like that she did that on her own because she knows that she can come out of her cage and go back in very easily. She knows where it is. That's cool. I like it. So I'm gonna close her cage in a minute because maybe I'll feed the tiny snakes here in just a little bit. Where are we? Katie's Critters asks, is there such a thing as a heat emitter that can be set for multiple settings? I'd like to be able to keep my guys a bit warmer at night in the winter, but not full daytime temps. Or am I worrying for nothing? The room rarely drops below 70. So a couple things. First of all, yes and no. It's not the heat emitter that can have multiple settings. It's your thermostat. So there are thermostats, especially if you invest in Vivarium Electronics or Herpstat, you can set those to have different, you can set it for a night drop, right? But the other thing is ball pythons don't really need a night drop. So if you have your thermostat set to, let's say 90 degrees or whatever, if it's colder at night, if the temperature starts dropping, making the cage colder, your thermostat will just bump it up to try to get it up to 90. And that's really all you need for a ball python. You don't have to do night drops. They're not really necessary. But you could have a thermostat that handles that. Rachel, thanks for the super chat. How long is humane to hold a ball python that is tolerant? Okay, I get what you're trying to say there. I see people say they watch movies with their snake, but that seems like a long time. Yeah, that is a long time. That would be for like a snake that curls up and goes to sleep. And that's okay. You know, if Damara falls asleep in my lap and she's there for long enough for me to watch a movie, then, you know, that's a thing. But I wouldn't sit there and go hand over hand with a snake for an hour and a half while I watch a movie, you know. Speaking of, I got to take her off my hat. She is ridiculously heavy. I'm gonna put her back. Okay, it was lovely to see you, Mama. Let's get you back. Okay, here, by the way, let's give a last look of Tiger Lily. Then we'll finish answering that. You see that head stamp? That's from Spot Nose. It looks like a mandolin, in my opinion. All right, there she goes. Bye, Mama. So, you know, it depends on the snake. And I know that's a hard thing to say when you don't know the snake very well, if it's a new snake, or you're not super familiar with snake behavior. I was trying to explain this to my son, Brandon, the other day, because he's got this new snake and he's trying to do everything right. And he's like, I don't know how long to hold her and whatever. So I was trying to explain that, you know, we say 10 to 15 minutes for a handling session for a new snake, like a baby snake, so it doesn't stress them out. But that's just a good general guideline when we don't know the snake. You know, a snake that's super tolerant could be out for longer. A snake that's really nervous might be better for a 5-minute handling session, you know. So what I say is that when I'm handling a snake, this is what I told Brandon the other day, is when I'm handling a snake, a baby snake, they might be nervous at first and then they calm down pretty quickly and then they're calm and relaxed and they're doing okay. Once they're doing okay, I want to put them back before they start to get squirrely. So a snake will eventually, they'll have had enough. They'll start to like try to get on everything else and they'll try to find a place to escape to. Once they're doing that, they've had enough. So I try to put them back before that. So I hope that helps. I've got more information on some other videos on my channel. Danielle, thanks for the super chat. Any enrichment hacks that you found work especially well for boas? I noticed mine rubbing and pushing, so I want to add something more stimulating. Enclosure and temps are solid. You know, I would say in the cage, just anything sizable that you can put in there that they can look around. This isn't really boa specific. This is any snake specific, but just something. It doesn't have to be cool. It could be a box. It could be anything. Well, actually, anything that also doubles as a hide is cool for them. Handsome Dan likes his ball, that ball with all the holes in it, but that's just him specifically. I was going to say, just for general enrichment, a rope that they can climb, that wouldn't be in the cage. But Handsome Dan is really good at very slowly climbing a rope. So that's fun stuff. BD Lexon, thanks for the super chat. Maeve wanted to say goodnight to everyone. It is now past her bedtime, but she had a wonderful time with all of the chats. Thank you all. Oh, that's great. Maeve, good night. I hope you sleep well. Thanks for being here. I'm glad you were here in the chat. I love that. I love that the kids enjoy the channel. It's not really made specifically for kids, but I like that they can have some enjoyment of it as well. Let's see where. Oh, Stella's back out. Dang it! I was going to try to shut the door before she took off again. So I'll wait till I see her again, and then I'll put her back. All right. Crisis Corpse, welcome back. Welcome back. Now we can keep going, you guys, I guess. Crisis Corpse is back, so here we go. We paused the whole time she was gone, just waiting. Where am I? Corey is asking, what's it like going live for the first time? I'm considering going live. I guess you're meaning doing a live stream on YouTube or something like that. I would say, you know, I didn't start doing it on this channel until I had an audience. So, and I had done a lot of this kind of stuff on camera before, so I'm very comfortable being on camera. So that's very different than someone who's not used to being on camera going live for the first time. I will say, I'll give you this one piece of advice though. When you do it, don't do this. Here's something that I see people do all the time. They hit the go live button and they go like this. They go. I'm just waiting for people to jump in. Like 10 minutes. They'll be just like that for 10 minutes. Anybody who's jumping in is seeing that and jumping right off immediately. So when you go live, just start talking. Just hit the go live button and start talking. Forget how many people are in there because it's going to be recorded for you anyway, and you can have it on your channel for later, depending on what you're doing. I don't know if that's true. That's not true of TikTok necessarily or Instagram or Facebook. I don't know, but on YouTube, that's the case. So I'll say that. Alan, thanks for the super chat. Any chance of letting Kent bring back Kent's Corner? Yeah, possibly. We have Kent in. We don't have Kent in every video now. We used to. He used to be in every single video. He's not in every one now. But we do have him in, I'd say, half the videos. And we haven't done a Kent's Corner really since, we might have done one or two in the very beginning since the Green Room 2.0. But because he had such a nice corner outside in the old Green Room. And so now it's just been him. I just let him say stuff occasionally from behind the camera. But yeah, we'll probably end up doing Kent's Corner again. We'll see how things shape out. He should just go in the kitchen, Kent's kitchen, because there's no snakes in the kitchen, or there shouldn't be anyway. Let's make sure there's not. Oh, there's Stella. Okay, I think I can grab her. Hang on a second. Let's see if I can. Okay. Ah, I see you. So we're going to try and get the front real fast and the back real fast before she can hook either one. Oh, that was good. I'm a good python catcher, you guys. I mean, the idea is don't let her hook her neck or her tail on something else before lifting her up. All right, lady, there you go. You're going to be so happy pretty soon because I'm feeding you. So don't even worry. I know it was so rude of me to put you back, but you're going to get food. So, all right. Kathy, thanks for the super chat. Freya, spelled right. Yes, that is spelled right. She's so gorgeous. Thank you. Yeah, you know what? I would get her out, but she is ready to lay eggs. She is this thick. That might be an exaggeration, but she's so thick. So I don't want to pick her up right now, but thanks. Yeah, she's a pretty snake. Jen, thanks for the super chat. Kent's Kitchen with the best recipes for nachos. Oh, that's a good idea. It's a good idea. We'll see. Kent can make some nachos, Let's get these two small snakes fed. How about that, you guys? I wish Amy was here. I would put her on screen while I'm getting these tiny rodents. But I can't do that. Do we have anybody? Let's see. Look at this. Let's move. Hang on. I'll let you look at Maya for. See what Maya's up to there for a minute. All right. And my mic's still on, so I'll just chat with you guys while we get these rodents. These are basically room temperature, which is fine for both Pip and Harry. They don't need theirs warmed up necessarily. I've got the room temperature large pinky mouse for Harry and a room temperature small fuzzy mouse for Pip. Those are rodents that are very close to the same size. but Pips is slightly bigger. So let's try Harry first. We'll see what happens. Hi there. Hold on one second. Vivian, you might be behind a little bit on, I mean, you're not going to hear this for a while, but if you're on the how to pronounce Maeve, you're a little bit behind. That's okay. That happens with my mom sometimes. She'll start commenting. She's like clearly a half an hour behind, and I see that she's commenting on stuff that we were on a half an hour ago. All right, let me grab Harry. Give me just a moment. Grab the good doctor over here. He's across the room now, and I'm considering moving him, or moving this whole situation to a different area where you could see them better. So they're kind of out of. Like I'd have to set up a completely different camera at this point. Come here, Kyle. You're okay. You're okay. Hi, buddy. You're gonna be so happy because we're giving you food. He is a finger grabber for sure. He likes to wrap around fingers. Hi, pal. Let's just let you relax a little bit. He looks like he's in like crazy strike position, but he's not. Wish I could turn his. He's not really in strike position. This is just him being a little nervous that he just got picked up. You know, he's not. I don't pick him up very often, and he's not super comfortable with it. But wait till I give him some food. Mystic Pets. Okay, I'm having issues getting my hotspot to 90. I tried CHE and DHP both, 150 watts, 40-gallon glass enclosure, heat tape screen tops, thermostat probes 1 inch from the top of the substrate. Okay, so first of all, what are you measuring it with? Are you measuring your temps with a heat gun? If not, you might be not getting the right measurements. And then make sure that you're, you know, a lot of people don't turn up their thermostat. You know, if you're not getting 90, if you can turn your thermostat up, so maybe your thermostat has to be at 100 to get your hotspot to 90. That might be, there's a lot of variables here that I don't know, but get that thermostat cranked up. Make sure you're using a temp gun on the hotspot. And if that's the case, if you're doing everything right, then your room is too cold. You know, if your room is in the 60s, you're probably going to have a hard time getting your hotspot, even at full power from your heat element. You might have a hard time getting that to 90. One thing we had to do with Brandon's cage that I just set up when I went to Cincinnati is we were having trouble getting his hotspot to 90. His room is pretty cold, but he's got a black box cage, so pretty good insulation. It's not like a glass cage, but we still needed to raise the substrate a little bit. So we started out by giving just a little bit of substrate on the bottom, but then we gave a few inches to just bring him up a little bit, and that worked really well. Mystic Pets saying thermostat won't go past 90. All right, you need a different thermostat then. Just get a thermostat that's not reptile specific. I don't know what you're using, because that's crazy that a thermostat wouldn't go past 90. You should be able to set it at 150 if you wanted to, you know. If the room's at 73, you should be able to make this work, you know. But that's another thing is maybe raise your substrate, give more substrate in there. All right, let's see if we can get some food in Harry's belly. I think do you guys remember last time? I don't think he ate. He was in shed, and I don't think he ate. Let's make it so you can see it. And this is the thing for him. He's not super comfortable being held anyway, but he also loves his snacks. I don't think you can see his tongue, but his tongue is all about this. It's so funny. I don't know that he's eaten from my hand before. See if we can reposition him. So he's in a maybe it won't happen. Okay, let me warm it up a little bit. He doesn't have heat pits, but it still might get the scent going a little. I don't know. And also, I don't really think that it's a scent thing. It's not that he can't smell it because he was totally on it with his tongue. I think he's reluctant to strike because I'm holding him, obviously, because that's it's vulnerable. So last time I did this, you guys mentioned that it was cool that you couldn't hear the hairdryer at all because of my noise canceling hairdryer. I mean, not hairdryer, but noise canceling microphone. And that is pretty weird. I saw it the next day. And it pretty much cuts out all the noise from a hairdryer. All right, dude, one more try. One more try. Oh, I remember what happened last time. I put him back in his cage, and he took it. That's what happened last time. And that's what we're going to do now. And then I'll get Pip. So let me just put him back in his cage. I'm going to just give you commentary. I may wait to actually feed him because he's not trying to eat from my fingers. So I've got I've got him in his cage, but he's still on my fingers right now. And he's very much considering this meal. I think he's got to be off. He doesn't want to eat like that. This is taking longer than normal because he's so wrapped up in my fingers. There we go. So now I'm just going to put his mouse right on top of, I'll put right there for him. And then maybe he'll eat it. I'll check back later. Okay. Give me just a minute, you guys. We're going to get Pip out and do the same thing. And I think we're going to be more successful with Pip. But we'll see. Give me just a second. You guys don't mind talking amongst yourselves, right? I'm washing my hands. Just want you to know what's going on. And Harry's on the other side of the cage from where I left the rodents. That's a bummer. We'll see if he finds it. Oh, Pip moved. Oh, shoot. Pip moved into a spot in her cage that's difficult to get her. So she didn't go right back to her hide that she loves. So I'm gonna try to. Oh, there we go. No problem. Hey there, lady. For sure she can go back into her hide. Okay. Hi, I'm back. I hope that didn't take too long. Let's see how Pip reacts to. Now, this is like the worst possible, oh, good girl, situation. You know, I just grabbed her and put like seconds ago, I grabbed her and now I'm putting a mouse in her face. So, worst possible scenario for her likelihood of striking. But she is the opposite of Harry in that she's very comfortable being handled. It doesn't really bother her at all. And she likes food a lot. So does Harry, but he's pretty nervous around people. So we'll just watch Pip eat. Kathy, thanks for the super chat. Camera on snake cage to watch, but huge glare problem. Oh, you have a camera on the cage, but it's a big glare. Yeah, so it's probably on the outside of the cage, and there's a glare. Yeah, that's probably a thing. Anytime I've tried to film, I've always put the camera in the cage, but it's not a permanent thing. It's like I set it in there and try to film the shot that I'm trying to get, you know. And then I remove it. I don't keep it in there. Let's see. While Pip is eating her snack. Let's see where we're at on these questions. Hog Stricters, this is David. David, who was with us in Minnesota and also with me on Saturday helping to put these. David planted some of the plants that are in these bioactive cages, and he moved cages around with me. Big help. David says, my question is, can I have dibs on one of Maya and Banjo's kids in the future? I fell in love with black-headed pythons today. Yes, you can, David. You can definitely have dibs on one of those babies. David spent a lot of time with Maya and Banjo. That was fun. And Willie also. Willie was here spending time with Maya and Banjo and all the other snakes helping out with that project. Hi, Willie. Willie, I'm so bummed that my microphone is noise canceling, so they couldn't hear Tara. They couldn't hear Tara or you when we made the phone call, which is such a bummer. But I recapped the call for them. Lauren, thanks for the super chat. My 7-month-old ball python Peaches refused a live rat 2 days ago. First feeding since I got her 2 weeks ago. Should I attempt frozen thawed tomorrow or try live, since that's what the breeder fed? Any tips? Yeah, my tip is definitely keep trying with the live, and don't try tomorrow. Wait a week and try again. Don't handle the snake. Don't do anything. Just let the snake get used to their new enclosure. They didn't eat because they're just still getting used to their enclosure. So give it a week and then try live. Once your snake is eating and maybe has taken a couple of live meals, then you can start transitioning to frozen thawed. But you want to give them exactly what the breeder was or what their previous owner was feeding them. So You're doing it right. Just don't try again tomorrow. That will get them used to refusing meals. They'll just start refusing over and over and over. So give them a full week, and you'll be all set. Kathy, thanks for the super chat. I want to watch her during the night. Need more letters and super chats so I don't sound like a stroke victim. There should be, I mean, you should be able to do long, there's people that can write paragraphs in super chats. Yes, camera on the outside shows on my phone. Oh, I see. You've got, yeah, I mean, I have that. When I go out of town, I set up cameras all over the green room and I can watch my snakes and see what's going on. So, yeah, sometimes there's a glare, but I usually set it up pretty far. Like I have a camera that has this view where I can see all of these cages, you know, and then there's not a glare. I'm not setting it right in front of a cage. You know what I mean? So you may just set it a little further back and you might be able to see better. How's Pip doing? Oh, she's getting that. She's getting that mouse. She's working on it. There we go. I can't even, she's moving so slow and she's so small that I can't even tell by feel what's happening. But she is eating a mouse. I mean, this is horrifying for people that aren't snake people, right? That I'm holding a snake while it eats a dead mouse. It's so gross. But we just get used to it and it's part of, you know, it's what they do. And I'm going to wash my hands after this. So, you know. Cruz, thanks for the super chat. How do you mount yours outside hides? Is that what you're saying? How do you mount? Are you saying sky hides? You might be asking how to mount sky hides. Those are, if that's what you're asking, those are a track that you buy. You buy a special track that just screws in, takes 4 screws, and then it's a track that a regular black hide can just go in and out of, just slides in and out. Oh, I see that. Yeah, sky hides. Okay. Yeah, so you have to get the sky hide track for that. That's how that works. And those come from, there's a couple of companies that do it, but Reptile Basics has mounts for sky hides. They're if you're in the US, they're a good source for stuff like that. How are we doing there, Pippers? She is almost ready for, I mean, she is. She could eat a, I gotta start feeding her hoppers. She could eat a hopper. I feed her pretty conservatively, but she could definitely eat a hopper. Oh my gosh. Look at what Jen said. Thanks for the super chat, Jen. Sugar down fast time for hoppers. Yeah, she hasn't taken it down yet. It's not quite down yet. But yeah, just based on the thickness of her body. I'm not trying to you know, I'm not trying to grow her up quickly. And she went, you know, on these fuzzies, she grew a lot. You know, I'm not leaving huge lumps in her belly. And she grew quite a bit on these fuzzies. But yeah, I'd say it is time for hoppers for this one. A hopper is a mouse a bit bigger than a fuzzy mouse. They have full fur and they hop around. That's why they're called hoppers. They've got teeth. They're, you know, they're still tiny, but there she goes. Getting the last bit of it. Vivian's asking, what cleanup crew did you use in your house snakes bioactive? Also, can you relieve fears of bugs overtaking my home if I do bioactives? Yes, I can. He's got powder orange isopods and springtails in his cage, as do all of these. Yeah, you already have springtails in your house. You'll never see them because they're so tiny, but they're probably in your plants. They're all over the world and nobody ever sees them. They're very tiny and they eat bacteria. They're great to have around. They just eat bacteria. And they're great for your cage and they're fine to have just in your house. They're fine. The isopods, you're asking if I can relieve fear of bugs overtaking. So first of all, I'll tell you that an isopod is not a bug. It's a crustacean. They are closer related to a lobster than they are to any insect. But I'll also say this, that they're not going to get out of your cage, but if they did, they can't survive. So like if one accidentally fell out, it's going to just die somewhere because they don't have their food to eat and water, so they'll dry out. But yeah, an isopod is basically a roly-poly, the roly-polies that you see in your yard, but we use different species for bioactives, usually different species than the general black roly-poly that we're seeing in North America, at least. And those roly-polies are crustaceans. They're like land shrimp. Yeah, Jen, dwarf white are great. I lost mine, I think, in Harry's cage. I had some dwarf whites, so now he's got some powder blues or some powder oranges in there. All right, I'm putting this little eater back because she needs to go and digest some food. And then we're going to do more of a major feeding here in a little bit with some big rodents on bigger snakes and with some targets involved. That sounds like fun, right? In fact, we're going to put her back, and then I'm going to get some hot water going in the other room so that those can heat up a little bit. I've got the super dwarfs on medium/large rats, which is crazy because I have ball pythons that are way thicker than my super dwarfs that don't take medium/large rats. So it's interesting the different species and how they grow and what they need, and the fact that a super dwarf or a retic in general is a very long, slender snake, so they can have a thicker lump in their body because they still need enough for their body mass. But anyway, the super dwarfs are still growing, so they'll use that medium large to grow. My adult ball pythons can sustain on a medium. I don't need them to grow more, So let me just check this really quick. Make sure I haven't missed anything. Oh, maybe I did. Oh no, I got that, I think. If I missed any super chats, you guys. Okay, I think I got all these. If I missed a super chat, somebody there's a new one though from Robert. Robert, thanks for the super chat. Would you rather have a part in Snakes on a Plane 2 or Anaconda 2? It's a great question. Brell's pythons are quickly becoming a favorite since I got mine. Has your experience been great with yours? So yeah, I'll answer that first. Yes, I love Koa. He's fantastic, and I'm really excited that I now have him out of a tub. He was in a bioactive tub, and now he's in a bioactive cage. And I'm really excited to be able to actually watch his behavior. He's currently spent pretty much all his time since he got into the cage on Saturday in his sky hide, and he ate yesterday. He's doing great. He's awesome. And I'm going to say I'd rather have a part in Anaconda 2, even though Snakes on a Plane classic also, but I'd rather be filming in the jungle rather than on an airplane set. It just would be more fun. the filming of it. Okay, let me get some hot water going. You guys talk amongst yourselves, and I'll give commentary if it comes up. So, as many of you know, for those of you who don't, the way I warm up, warm them up, is that I thaw them out and I put them in plastic baggies, but I don't like mine wet. And I'm coming back over to the camera while I let the water run. I don't like my rodents wet when I feed them, because to me that's super gross. And it's also, if I'm trying to use the hairdryer method and hit it with a hairdryer, it's not very effective when the rat's wet. So I try to keep them dry, put them in sealed up freezer bags, and I thaw them in cold water, and then I heat them in hot water, still in the baggie. So that's what we're doing right now. We've got everything thawed out that I plan to feed tonight. I'm feeding lots of snakes tonight. Most of my snakes that are eating right now, that are on food, are getting fed at some point tonight, but most of them will be fed after the live stream. We're going to try to get some of the ones back there fed while I'm doing the live stream. Kathy, thanks for the super chat. You didn't have to super chat it though, because I have your question. We're not through all of the questions yet, but I'll answer yours right now since you super chatted it too. Thanks for that. I sent a question in Patreon. What's a good smaller snake that's a bit more active / interactive than a ball python? Antaresia. So children's python, spotted python, Stimson's python. Pygmy python is also Antaresia, but that's a different snake just because even though same, they're super interactive, they're great, they're that tiny. Like you saw Pip. She'll be bigger than that a little bit, but not much. So it's different handling a snake like in your hand than if my only snake was going to be Antaresia, I'd probably get a children's python. Is children the biggest or spotted? Spotted. I would get the biggest of the small snakes probably, because I still would want one that I can hang around my neck, But for Pip, because I have big snakes, I wanted the smallest python in the world, and I got that and I love it, but it's just a different interaction, but they are all the Antaresia are super interactive, really smart, very retic-like in their just curiosity, and once they're socialized, just being totally relaxed about everything. Mr. Ernest, thanks for the super chat. Thanks for the channel, Discord. Everyone is super helpful. Yeah, that Discord. If you're not on Discord, you guys, there's an invite link in the description of the video to the Discord. That's a really great community. It's free to join, and it's the nicest Discord. I don't want to brag, and really it's not me because I'm rarely on there. But the community that's been built and the moderators, the way the moderators work, and just the people that are in there are so nice. And it's such a great group of reptile lovers. And then if you're on Patreon, there are additional channels within the Discord that are available to you where you can further get deeper into that community on Patreon, which is awesome as well. But yeah, the Green Room Pythons Discord is a cool place. For sure. Hold on one second. That water's probably hot now. Let me just get these rodents submerged in it. So Lane Labs has every rodent supplier has sort of different things that they offer. I'm guessing most of them probably offer a small medium or a medium large, that size in between, because the difference between a medium and a large rat is pretty big. And I would not feed my super dwarfs a large rat at this point. Although there probably are keepers who would. You know, I just wouldn't. But a medium large is a good meal for them. Puts a big lump in their belly. But they get it down just fine. Like, it's one of those things where you look at them and you're like, oh my God, is she going to be able to eat that? You know, but then you think about retics and how they are, like a great big retic in the wild, taking down a deer and eating a deer. It's kind of, you know, on that level of a much smaller retic, you know, eating a large prey. It's not nearly the difference in a big retic and a deer. You know, it's not nearly that size difference, but still, lose a pretty big lump in the belly. Okay. I don't think I've missed any super chats, but if I have, you guys will let me know, right? Okay. Also, there might be people in the chat that I haven't acknowledged. I don't know if my mom's ever made it into the chat yet. I don't know if Brady Bentley has been in the chat. That's Amy's husband. He's usually here, but he might have something else going on. Oh, he's traveling, I think. I think Amy told me he's traveling. So he may not be here at all. I was just thinking of the people that I usually see in the chat that I acknowledge. If they're people that I know personally or are related to me or friends of mine, you know, I'm not seeing a lot of the chat today. All right. Where are we at? Okay, Ghost is asking, does Stella still prefer the top portion of her basket, or has she begrudgingly accepted that lower part? Would you consider putting a hammock like the one on your snake wall to elevate her back up to her favorite spot, or hanging her basket from the top of her enclosure? So the basket that Ghost is referring to is this one right here. It's a double-decker basket. You probably can't really tell, but the bottom part is much bigger than the top part. And when she was a baby, she's obsessed with these baskets. I have several of them. And when she was a baby, she always curled up in that smaller top part. And she slowly grew and grew and outgrew to where she would still climb into that top part. She's on it right now. You can see that. She just climbed. I doubt she's going to curl up in it. She's just cruising. But now she mostly uses the bottom part because she's can barely just fit in that bottom part. But she also will occasionally curl up in the top, which is so silly because she's just piled up on this little thing. But you can also see above the cage is a basket hanging from the ceiling. That's another one exactly the same that hangs from the ceiling. And Stella recently, for the first time, used that, and she hung out in the bottom part of that one. But she kind of does both. I wanted to, even though she has the new Bioactive, there's a couple. There's a couple snakes that have things that they use all the time or they like as maybe a security thing. And for Stella, it's the basket. For Handsome Dan, it's a purple ball that's in his cage. You can't see it the way the camera is right now, but he's got a ball that we still incorporated in there. Snake Treasures. Tara, thanks for the super chat. I made it. Hello. That is all. Hi, Tara. Good to see you. Glad you're here. Glad you made it. Thanks for the super chat. All right. Elizabeth asks, I plan on upgrading my boa to a bioactive enclosure. However, he buries his poop in his substrate. I was wondering if it would disrupt the ecosystem if I have to dig around to spot clean, or maybe I should keep the plants in pots. Any advice would be helpful. Yeah, so you could keep plants in pots. That's okay to do. You could have bioactive soil, and then your plants could be potted. I have in several of these cages. This was Willie's idea, and it was great, and it was executed by everybody. I didn't plant any of these plants. David and Francois and Willie and Cara Corvus did all the designing and planting of this stuff while I was doing other things. But you see this planter box right here that the plant is sitting in? That's actually a shelf that we flipped upside down and put against the wall, and we filled it with soil and made that a planter box. And we have ones like that in several of the cages. That was Willie's idea. And hang on, what was the question? That had to do with the question. I forget what it was. Oh, plants in planter pots. So that's kind of like having a planter pot. Anyway, it doesn't matter. The point is that your snake is burying his poop. And yes, you can dig around. It's as long as you're not pulling up the plants, that's not a problem. You can dig around and find that poop. If your cage is established really well with plenty of isopods, they also will eat the poop. But I just don't like leaving it in there. So I like to find it and get it out. I do that with poop and urates. And even sheds, even though the isopods will eat the sheds, I'll get most of the sheds out. But if you miss a poop and you have good isopod colony, they'll take care of it for you. So not that big of a deal. But you definitely can plant in planters if you want. Okay, so we're on the last page of that. I think that... Let me get another snake out while these medium-large rats are warming up a bit. It's going to take them a while to warm through. What snake should we get? Let's do... let's see. Oh, you want to see baby? Let's get a baby. Let's do my holdback from this most recent clutch. You guys saw her last live stream. Hi, little one. Oh, you got a hiss. I get it. I understand a hiss. Okay. So I'm going to do a video about this entire clutch, but anybody have a guess as to the morphs, I guess, of this one? What are we looking at? Some of you know. I don't think even the Horde, I don't think I've even told the Horde what the genetic testing came back as, though. So I had RGI genetically test the whole clutch. And this is the one that I'm keeping, but the other ones are going to be available on Patreon soon. And we'll have all the genetics, including hets and everything. Anybody have a guess as to what we are looking at here? The main, there we go. Mr. and Mrs. Morelia, sunset something. There you go. I was going to say the main morph is a pretty easy one if you know your recessives. That's sunset. She's a vanilla sunset, so she got vanilla from her mom. May got it too, sunset. She's vanilla sunset, and then she is and yeah, that's it. Just vanilla, just sunset, and then she is het for clown, which I was really hoping her dad is the Sundance Kid, and he is a het. He's a double het sunset clown, and so I was really hoping that she got the clown gene, and she did, which makes me very happy. Yeah, Aurora Exotics, I agree. Vanilla is a very underrated gene. It's so pretty. It just brightens things up, makes them very nice. And what, you know, vanilla, her dad is a cinnamon het sunset clown, and her mom is a vanilla het sunset. So pretty simple genetics. They've got some hets, but very simple, just single gene animals. And this is exactly what I wanted. I wanted the vanilla. I did not necessarily want the cinnamon in my sunset because that darkens the sunset and makes them more brown. So I don't mind it. It's still a pretty snake, but I like the lighter, brighter sunsets. So vanilla on its own, Mr. and Mrs. Morelia, I'll show you. We'll talk about it. Even though I'm going to do a video on this whole clutch, let me just show you vanilla on its own. Hey, little one, hang tight. Oh wait, wrong one. Wrong one. We're doing a little morph spotlight on this live stream. That's not something I do very often. Hey, little one, you're okay. You're okay. So here's vanilla. Basically, gives you a normal pattern, but real bright. Trying to see if there we go. So vanilla just brightens everything. You know, it works nicely in almost any gene to make it bright. So I also have a normal in this clutch that I think is a double het, but otherwise otherwise just normal. And you know, he's just a brown and black snake. Still real pretty, but brown and black, and this one is much brighter. So that's that. It's a simple gene, obviously, but it's a brightener. It's a nice one. And that's why it's not one that you hear much about, because it's not doing anything crazy. It's just making stuff a little prettier. You know, it's a nice one to have mixed in with your other genes. To make stuff just a little prettier. Okay. Next question. By the way, this girl, when I pulled her out, she was not up for coming out. Hang on, let me see if I can get it. There we go. She was not up for coming out, but she's always been really chill and not really ever sitting in a ball while in my hands. Let me still have this comment. Sorry, Mr. and Mrs. Morelia. Just a great little personality for a baby. You know, if I throw open her cage and toss in a big monkey paw, it's going to scare her a little bit, but she does just fine after, which I like. I think she's going to have a nice, really nice personality. And I haven't handled her a lot. Like I'm not doing a lot of working with her. She's only eaten once. So so there we go. All right. Gina says, hello, Bob. My husband and I have had our 6-month-old super dwarf retic for about 3 weeks. When we hold her or when we open her tub, she will hold her head straight up, nose to the sky. Any ideas? Thank you for your time, and we enjoy being new to Patreon. Gina, nice. Thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying Patreon. Thanks for being there. Yes, my thoughts on that, my ideas on that is that is further proof that you have purchased a retic. That's just what they do. Especially, do you happen to have a ceiling fan right above where that snake is doing it? It's something that all the retics that I've interacted with do. Echo and Stella do it all the time, but especially when they see a ceiling fan going, they go right up there. Super common. I don't know. I mean, I think with the movement of the ceiling fan, they're trying to check it out and see what it is. But when there's not a fan and they're just doing it, I don't know. Are they just stretching? I'm not sure what they're doing, but it's common behavior for them. All right. Joe says, what are your top 5 places people should visit before climate change takes its toll? Great question. And then unrelated, would you ever try scuba diving? I highly recommend it. I'll answer that one first. Yeah, for sure. Snorkeling is one of my favorite things to do. I've never taken a scuba diving class. I would like to get certified. Just I love snorkeling so much. I don't have a fear of scuba diving. I just have never done it before. But yeah, absolutely, I would want to. And then top 5 places you should visit before climate change takes its toll. I mean, the Amazon jungle. I'm gonna say, for one thing, the places that I've been: Amazon, West Indies, the Caribbean, Borneo. I haven't been, but climate change isn't going to kill Borneo before clear cutting does, unfortunately. So that's high on my list. I really want to get out there because we may see orangutans gone from the wild in my lifetime. So I really want to get out there. What did I say? 4 places, something like that. I would say any of the jungle areas, the Southeast Asian jungles, Cambodia, those places, you know, all that really cool stuff that might not be there much longer due to either clear cutting, climate change, anything that's changing what we have. And then the you know, the North and the South, the ice areas, Alaska, North Pole, Antarctica. Man, I'd love to go there. Before all those ice sheets melt, you know? See the entire world before massive changes. I mean, massive changes are already happening and have already happened, but as soon as you possibly can, get out there. It's a great question. On says, do you think you'd ever get a blood python? This is one, I had this question earlier in the live stream. Blood python keepers really want me to get a blood python, and I probably am not going to because they require so much room, and I already have some big ball pythons, and I don't want to keep a blood python in a tub. They get much bigger than a ball python. And even though I love them and I think they're absolutely beautiful, I would prefer to have more of a semi-arboreal type snake in a larger cage right now. But you never, I mean, I just have space constraints, you know, but maybe I'll end up in a much bigger place and then I can have a blood python and a Burmese and a mainland retic, you know. Not that a blood python gets nearly those sizes, but you know, big fat snakes. All right, we're almost at the point where we're going to pull these medium large rats out and feed them to the retics. Let me answer this question though first. Gwen says, I saw a news report that random testing of ball pythons with no symptoms showed that an alarming percentage was positive for crypto and nido. They're not sick, but are carriers. What do we need to do? Could a python I bring home make Persephone sick if it's asymptomatic? Yes, it absolutely can. And if you brought home a nido positive animal, that's not necessarily a death sentence for the animal, but you would need to quarantine it for life. And a lot of people do. A lot of people have with nido animals do quarantine. For, you know, they'll have like a separate room. And it used to be that people would go, oh, you got to just put those snakes down. But they can live long lives and never get sick, but be carriers of nido, meaning they can pass it on. So a lot of misinformation out there. There was a lot of, I think there's been a lot of exaggeration and as to how much nido is out there, but there also is a lot out there. So getting animals tested, I think, is a good thing if you feel like you need to do that, or having, you know, if you're buying an animal, some people will pay for the test of an animal, and you know, like if you're the buyer and the seller doesn't do it already, you, the buyer, say, hey, I'll pay for the test. You just get this animal tested for nido before you send it to me. And then if it is NIDO positive, you pay me back for the test and keep the animal. So that happens sometimes. But it is something to be concerned about. But I have heard people, like, there's some people that talk about it like every other animal you have has NIDO, and that's not the case. But I also think we don't know enough about it. So I'm not giving you much concrete information other than be careful, test if you feel like you need to test. Yeah. Okay, let's see how those rodents are doing. I'm gonna put this one back. I don't have a name for her yet, but I will shortly. We're gonna get a few more meals in her and then start really working with her. And sometimes I come up with names based on personality traits, stuff like that. But she seems like a real sweet lady so far. So we'll just put her back. And then this is good. Before the lights shut off, which they're going to, I think, any minute now. So maybe I can get the retics fed before their lights get shut off. So let me see if I can make that happen. We're going to start on echo. So we're going to put the camera on her. Hang on. So here's echo. That should give you a decent shot of her, right? Great. That should do it. Okay. All right. Give me just a minute here. What I do with my found it. Now, do I have the right tongs? I gotta have big tongs. And I don't have them. I'm not prepared for this, you guys. These live streams aren't well thought out. They're thought out, but not completely thought out. Big tongs. Okay. We got rats. These seem huge. I don't have snakes that eat anything bigger than what my retics eat. And so I'm used to feeding a medium as the biggest rat. And these suckers are bigger than a medium. And they just seem huge. Let me see if I missed anything before I get into these shenanigans. Oh, maybe I did. Hang on. Crisis is asking. Thanks for the super chat, Crisis Corpse. Asking if she has a name yet, and which I just answered. I don't have a name for her yet. Sorry, I wasn't looking at the chat that whole time I was talking. And here's another one from Crisis. While we're here, I do have a NIDO snake, a NIDO positive snake. She's doing amazing. I keep her in quarantine. Once she was treated for the RI that prompted testing, I have not had any issues. She acts like a normal snake. Okay, yeah, and that's pretty common. That's it's one of those things that people used to say, "Oh no, if you have NIDO snakes, you got to kill them. But you don't have to. You keep them in a separate room. Use all the separate tools. Make sure you're washing hands in between handling, and they can live a long life. So good. I'm glad to hear that, Crisis. Fahrenheit, thanks for the super chat. I have a super pastel yellow belly, leopard yellow belly, 2 clutches in the past 2 years before I got them. Should I continue breeding this year? A super pastel yellow belly. And a leopard yellow belly. 2 clutches the past 2 years. Oh, so they produced 2 clutches the past 2 years before you got them. Should I continue breeding this year? I would say no, just because people are having a hard time selling their ball pythons right now. The ball python market is slow, and unless you have a built-in, if you have built-in people that will buy your snakes, you might have a hard time. But you also can produce some super yellow bellies, which are all white snakes, and those are pretty popular. I think what you're asking is, should you breed them a third year in a row? That might have been because they bred the last 2 years. I don't try to breed my snakes 3 years in a row. A lot of breeders breed their snakes every single year. They don't even give them a year off. And I guess they do fine like that, but I feel like it's important to give snakes a year off occasionally. And so far, I've always done it. I've done 2 years max before a snake gets a year off. So yeah, it's up to you. But I would just be conscious of, what are you going to do with the clutch? Do you have people that will buy those snakes from you? Or are you okay with hanging on to a clutch for a while? That might be okay. All right. Here we go. I'm doing the hair dryer thing. You probably can't hear, but we're heating up the head. Of this rodent, because I definitely want the head of the rodent to be warmer than me. So I need to find the Super Dwarf's target. I have a different target for different snakes, and I'm usually pretty good about putting them in the place where they go. But I've been moving stuff around lately. Oh, there we go. The Super Dwarf target right here. They get a blue target. Handsome Dan gets a green ball. The Pip gets her own little tiny green ball. The carpet pythons get a green disc. Everybody has something a little bit different. All right. Let's give Echo some food. Oh, look at that. Banjo's coming out. He might have smelled some rodent in the air, possibly. Okay. No way, lady. Come over here. There you go. Don't strike. So try to get her close enough. Good girl. There we go. Oh. I try to get her close enough, and then I want to give it to her before she tries to strike. But she actually did very well on that one. Oh, look at that. And the lights turned off. Man, that was good timing. So we'll just watch her for a minute while I answer this super chat from Paul. She's actually just going to hold that for a while, but we'll watch her for a minute. And then we'll come back to her when she starts eating. Hey, Bob, I love your channel. Are there any colubrids you've thought about keeping? Thanks, Paul. Thanks for the super chat. I'm glad you like the channel. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of colubrids that I love, and false water cobra is one that I've been so close to getting, and I still might end up getting one. But there are pythons that I want also. This is, it's green room pythons, and there's pythons that I want. So I don't know if I can jump into colubrids, but I love them all. Like, I'm just happy with all snakes. They make me smile. So, it's cool. The thing with the false water cobra, though, they need a big cage. It's kind of like the thing with blood python, or a short-tail python. Any of those are cool, but they need a big cage because they're big, fat animals. False water cobra is a very long animal, but not super fat. But they do get some size, and they just move around a lot. They just need a lot more space. So if I got false water cobra, I'd be committing to give them a big space once they're big, So, and I already have a few of those things that I'm kind of committing to that with. Julia, they also need water. Yeah, that's right. That's the other thing is if I had one, I would want a pretty good sized water feature for them. And that's hard to do. Even if you're just using a giant dish of water, changing a giant dish of water is tough. And so logistically, a false water cobra is not the easiest one to keep. But I still may end up with one at some point. All right. So let's go back to here. Here's what we're going to do. I think she's hanging out. Okay, I think you guys can see Stella from up there. So I think we'll keep it on this camera, and we'll get this rack going. It's funny that Stella's not like right at the door because there's rodent smell in the room. But she will definitely be ready for it. So let me get this one. By the way, the size, just so you can see the size. They're, it's bigger than a medium. Jenna, I see your super chat. I will get to it in just a moment. Jenna's another one who was on the trip that we did. She brought her daughter and her niece. Am I right about that? Niece, I think. And they were so delightful to have with us. Okay. Let's see what this bill does. Hey, lady, what do you think of this? Oh, no way. No way. Good enough. Good enough. There you go. Okay. Kind of standard for her. We're trying this thing. I'm just trying this thing where I flatten it when they come closer, and that seems to help with the striking. And over here, and then I just try to hand it to them before the strike happens, because really, I'm not trying to make them do super advanced things. I'm not trying to have them go over here and then over here and all over the place. It's really just a food cue. But for the retics, I want them to do it right. And I realize it's also difficult because when a snake goes into food mode, their brain shuts off. And I'm asking them to use their brain and interact with the target before they get their food. That's a really hard thing to do. And so for Stella just then, she struck because she associates that target with food. She knows that target means she's going to be fed. and she jumps into food mode. Because she's going to be fed, she strikes at the target. It's the only inanimate object that Stella has ever struck at or would ever strike at. But it's because her thinking brain shuts off and food mode just goes food, strike. And so with the target training, we're asking her to disengage that and try to use her thinking brain. It's not easy for a snake to do. Not an easy trick. But Echo is still just holding hers. Can I get to the other side here? Probably because of a wire. Okay, I think there was a super chat. Genesis, yeah, that's right. There's my. Did I already mention that this live stream is not organized? I think I said it's not well thought out, which is true. It's also not well organized. Just my stuff is not well organized. I lose my glasses. I lose my whiskey. I don't know where my targets are. You guys don't mind hanging out though, right? I appreciate you bearing with me. Okay, Jenna, thanks for the super chat. Glad you are still going tonight. I got my new Pop One carpet today. Oh, that's great. Congrats. She's absolutely beautiful snake. Room is full now. Have a great night. Slancha. Jenna, Slancha. It was so nice to have you in Minnesota with us. Congrats on that Pop One. Those are great carpet pythons. That one came from Riley, I think. You bought that from Riley, right? He's got some beautiful carpet pythons. Okay, let's make sure that. I think we got it. Okay. Echo is starting in on hers. So we can watch that while I answer another question from the Patreon questions. Let me see where I'm at. Okay. Costa K says, hey, new to the channel and community. Welcome. Costa, glad you're here. I found you because I was doing research before getting a ball python. Do you have any videos that are like a step-by-step of how to set up an enclosure? Yeah, they're sort of, it's not like step one, do this, step two, do this, but I have several videos that show me setting up an enclosure. And there's one specifically that where I set one up with my nephew. And I don't know what that one's called. If somebody knows, put it in the chat. But it's a pretty cute one because my nephew's adorable. And he's so excited about his new snake. And that, but you know, different closures are different, different enclosures are different. So I did that one with him about 1.5 years or so ago, I think. That was a black box cage. And then I just did one, it's not out yet, but I just did one with my son Brandon in Cincinnati. And his is also with a black box cage. But it shows the setup there. And then my ball python care guide will tell you how to do it. And actually the one that I did, the ball python care guide that I did a couple of years ago, I think goes more in depth as far as a step-by-step than the one that I put out a few weeks ago. So you might take a look at both of those. You'll get a good idea of how it's done. Mr. Ernest, thanks for the super chat. Everyone needs a milk snake named Coral. Yeah, right. We found a really cool milk snake in Minnesota. So even though Echo's skinny, she's going to get that down no problem. These snakes have stretchy mouths. So weird, right? How that when I talk to people that aren't used to snakes and they talk about snakes eating their prey whole, it seems so gross, right? Because it's so foreign to what we do and to what we're used to with mammals. But an animal swallowing their meal like a pill is so much less gross than what we do, where we take our food and chew it up with our teeth and squish it all around our mouth, right? Snakes don't do that. It's like a pill. It's like a giant pill to them. But it's the physiology of how they can, people say they unhinge their jaws, but their jaws aren't actually hinged. But how they can stretch their mouths super wide from all angles and stretch their neck, that just seems so foreign to us that it makes it seem gross. But I think when you think about it, the way mammals eat food is way more gross. And the way baby birds eat food is even grosser than all of it. To have their mother regurgitate disgusting chewed up worms, that's way gross. Anyway, I think for me, I could have snakes for my entire lifetime and still be interested in watching them eat. And I don't always do it because I have lots of snakes to feed, so I don't always have the time to sit and watch them eat, but I always enjoy it when I do. It's really fascinating. See if I missed anything. No. All right. Back to these questions for my glasses. I'm just going to continue watching Echo. Stella has just started on hers, but I think we're doing good with Echo here, so we'll keep it on her until she finishes hers. All right, where are we at? Okay, Kathy Conway says, I'm a fairly new snake keeper with 2 ball pythons. Got one in October and one in November. I've really enjoyed the learning curve so far, but every time I watch Lori Tarini on choice-based handling, I get really discouraged because neither of my guys chooses to come out anymore, nor do they appear to enjoy their playpen or free roaming. All along, I've assumed I'd get a third snake someday, but now I realize I really like one that's more curious, active, and potentially interactive, maybe even diurnal. Hubby is not into snakes, so it can't be anything that gets real big. What would you suggest? So first of all, so let's talk about the choice-based handling. I talked about this earlier in the live stream and mentioned that I don't do 100% choice-based. And I don't think it's practical for most people to do 100% choice-based. There are ways that you can handle your snake and let them know that you're a safe space for them while handling them, without just waiting for them to choose to crawl onto your hand. And I talk about that in some of my videos. So there's ways that you can deal with that. But as far as a third snake, I've mentioned Antaresia a couple times in this live stream, so that's a good one to go with. A super dwarf retic would be really fun, but they get quite a bit bigger, so your husband might not be interested in that. Antaresia is always my go-to though, because they are a snake that's a little bit smaller than a ball python, and in some cases quite a bit smaller than a ball python. But they're very interactive and kind of retic-like in their interactions with people. So I'd take a look at that. That might be a good snake for you. Okay, this is the last question on my Patreon questions. Danielle says, "Oh, it's actually not the last. I think there was one on Patreon that I missed before. There might be a couple that came after I printed this out, and I'll look at those. But anyway, Daniel says, when is a baby ball python no longer considered a baby? What are typical life stages? Baby, juvenile, young adult, etc." And are there any behaviors that are typical of each life stage? That's a great question. I can actually show you examples, and maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll hold off to answer this question because I can show you examples. But you know, as far as behaviors, I wouldn't say at this particular life stage your snake should behave like this. It's not really that. It's just that as snakes grow, they will develop their personality. So your snake as a baby is just going to kind of be generally generally a snake that's looking to hide and you know, hoping that there's not predators, and you know, that's just kind of what their personality is as a baby. And then as they grow and get a little size on them and some confidence, they'll start developing a personality, and you'll see things that they choose to do that aren't hiding related, you know. And then they'll develop and grow from there, and preferences might change. And that's what's really interesting to watch and to see as they grow. But I'll show you some examples of baby versus juvenile versus young adult, such like that. All right, so Echo is working on her thing right now. Let's bring it up to, let's look at what Stella's up to here. Actually, I'm gonna physically move this camera. Hold on, guys. There we go. A good look at Stella. Echo is climbing slowly, going toward her cage. She's gonna go back in and start working that rat down her neck and into her belly. And then if you guys are interested in sticking around for it, we're also going to feed Maya and Banjo. And the interesting thing about feeding them, it goes very differently. We don't use a target for Maya and Banjo, but I do just place prey items around their cage and let them go and find them. So that's kind of fun to do. Banjo's is going to be interesting because I have a bag of small rats. And when I first got it, I dropped the bag and then put it in my freezer. And when I got through into the bag, I noticed that there is a headless rat in there. So when I dropped it, obviously a head broke off. So I have a head and a body of a rat. They're both thawed out. I don't know how gross that's going to be, but I figure Banjo's the guy to feed that to. And so we'll see how that goes. And he's getting a couple others. He gets black-headed pythons don't eat giant meals like retics do. They actually eat small. Their heads can't stretch as wide as most pythons, especially not as wide as a retic. And so what we do is we give them smaller meals. So Banjo is going to get several smaller rodents. And Maya, I think I've thought out a small rat for her and a quail. So she's going to get one of each. And we're just going to place those in their cages and watch them hunt around for them. I'm going to see what state that rat is in since I've thought it out, and I may decide to just throw it away because it might be too gross. I don't think it's bad. Like it's fine, but there just might be guts everywhere. I don't know. So, might be too gross for any of us to deal with. Okay, so Echo is almost back in her cage. The trick now is she's going to want another one. Obviously, she can't fit another one in her belly, but she's looking for it. So I've got to use a hook, close her door, because she's going to be striking at anything. You guys might want to watch this. Hang on. Dang it. She's seeing me move now. Okay, I'm going off of Stella now, who's finishing her thing. And there's Echo. She's looking directly at me. So we're going to try to bump her back. Get her back. Okay. And then we just close this door. Okay. Stella. Is this interesting for you guys? I hope I'm not just wasting everybody's time. But it's interesting to me, so I figured you guys would want to see it. I'm sure there's some people that are like, dude, I see snakes eat all the time. And I get that. But I also know that there's a lot of people that watch these live streams that don't even have a snake. So this especially is probably really fascinating and maybe horrifying to a small portion of the audience that's watching right now. So put either in the chat, or if you're watching this later, put in the comments if this is horrifying for you. I'm curious how many people I have horrified, because I won't take that as negative. I get it. If you're not used to watching snakes eat, this is a really wild thing to see and potentially horrifying. All right, so there's Stella. She's going to figure out how to get back into her cage. She's made a little puzzle for herself there, right? She's going to have to figure that out. And once she does, I will, I'll help her get in there. So during that whole time, I wasn't watching the chat, so I didn't see how you guys answered this. If you're, oh, good. I've got a lot of people saying that it's cool and interesting. Crisis Corpse is making a very accurate statement. Bob is friend, not food. Appreciate that. Okay. Stella's figured out her puzzle. She solved her puzzle. Good job, Stella. Look at how thick her neck is right there. That's nuts. But, you know, didn't take her long. Didn't take her half an hour to eat that, you know. Some snakes, they get a big meal and they sit there and have to deal with it for half an hour. I feel like that's a really big meal for them. But there are also retic keepers that I think would feed these snakes even bigger. So also put that in the chat or in the comments if you're watching this later. Do you have a retic about this size or even bigger that you think you would feed a larger meal than that medium large rat that I just fed those two? Okay. Where are we at? Let me see if I missed any super chats. These are, by the way, for those of you who weren't here in the beginning, I miss almost every comment. If you have something that you want me to see for sure, super chat it, and I will see it. Let's see, I got that one from Jenna. Otherwise, I'm not, but I will read the chat tomorrow. Like I always watch these the next day and I read the chat. So if you just have something you want to say to me, I can't respond to it, but I'll see it tomorrow for sure. If you want me to respond right away, super chat. That's that. Let's see. Are we done with? Oh, we were talking about the life stages. So let's do that real quick. I'll show you that, and then we'll feed the black-headed pythons. Let me get this shut while Stella is. Oh, Stella, I'm sorry, babes. I got to move your body. There you go. Okay. All right, then we're gonna toss them into these black-headed python cages. You know what? I'm realizing that I want to get snakes out to show you, but now I've got rodent smell in the room. This might not be the smartest thing to do, but I think we can do it. Or I'm gonna do an abbreviated version of it though. You saw the baby that I had, right? The sunset baby. You saw that size, okay? Here's a juvenile. Here's Han. He's so looking for food right now. I know, buddy. I know. You'd rather not. We're using a hook. I know you got a hiss for me. I get it. Han is a juvenile. I normally would never hook him, but he's looking for food. He doesn't want to be messed with. So, juvenile, right? He's like, I don't know, he's less than a year old. Young adult. Hang on. Young adult. Not looking for food. I can grab Max with my hands. Young adult. Okay. He's in breeding season, his first breeding season this year. Max. He's well over a year old. He's almost 2 years old. And then, you know, an adult, we're looking at males right now. Adult males don't get a ton bigger than that unless you're overfeeding them. But here's one that is quite a bit bigger. This is Cat and Feral. Full-on adult male. He's probably 6 years old or something, you know. So those are some size differences. Those are the males, obviously. And then we've got the females that are like Damara that I had out earlier that they get way bigger. And then we already talked about the behaviors about that. So let's get into feeding these black-headed pythons once I check to see if I've missed any super chats during that poll. I don't miss anybody's stuff off the game. No, I didn't. Okay. Cool thing about black-headed pythons, you don't need to heat up their meals. They just can't be cold. Room temperature is fine. All right. So Banjo's out already. And we got a good view of him. We'll start with this. We'll just put right on the side there in the front. See how he does with that. You know, this rat doesn't look too terrible. Headless rat. I mean, you guys aren't going to really see it very well anyway, but I just didn't know if it was going to be like an awful thing for him to try to eat. I mean, he's going to be fine with it either way, but I didn't really want the mess to clean up. I think it's fine though. We're gonna try this. Here we go. Black-headed pythons. I mentioned that I think last live stream. They would eat roadkill in the wild. So having a mouse head or a rat head right here is that's no problem. Here's the body that goes to this rat. Right there, pretty gross. And then I got a couple of wean for him. So these are easy things for him to swallow, but he is he's over 1,000 grams right now and rapidly growing. I'm only feeding him weekly. You know, with black-headed pythons, a lot of times you would feed them a small meal twice a week. You know, like I'd feed him half that size of a meal twice a week. And right now I'm giving him once a week meals, mainly because of my travel schedule right now. And so he's getting a little bit more food than I would normally feed him. He's got to wait a little longer in between. So let's see how long it takes him. I'm just going to leave that door open so we can see better. Let's go here for now. Kathy is saying, we want green room whiskey glasses. You know what? We got to do this because people have talked about it. I've talked about it before. I priced it once and it was too expensive. It was so expensive, but oh no, that's not what we want. There we go. But I'm sure that I can find a better source that'll make it more cost effective. Let's see what Banjo does here. This is his first time eating in this new cage. It's all new for him. He's learning that not only is he in a new environment, but there's food available in this environment for him. How exciting is that for that guy? Found a rat head. Talk about gross. We're just getting even more gross as we do this. Move that over a little bit. I fed Maya last week. She got tilapia strips last week. And I just have frozen tilapia fillets in the freezer that I got just for her. They were on sale. And tilapia is a good, safe meal for them. And so I take these fillets and I cut it into strips and give it to her. And it's not a very common, like I might feed it to her once every 2 months. I've never fed it to Banjo, but I should at some point. But it's not a super complete meal because it's just the meat. It's not guts and bone and stuff like that. But it's fine for a meal occasionally. So anyway, the point is that tilapia is wet, and I don't want her getting a wet tilapia all over her substrate. So what I do is I open her cage and I hand feed it to her from the tongs, but I hold on to it the whole time with the tongs, and just she opens her mouth and I push it a little further into her throat, and she opens her mouth and I push it a little further into her throat. So it just takes it's like I'm assist feeding her, but not really. Like she's eating it herself, but I'm just helping so that she doesn't bring it into her cage and slap it onto her substrate. So this might be tricky because this head that he's eating is pretty thick, but there's not much of a body for him to work with. He's getting it though. I'm going to try to keep an eye on the chat as we do this. Hog Stricters. David says 20-ounce Green Python beer mugs. Yeah, we could do that. I'm not much of a beer drinker, but as David knows, I do drink the occasional Guinness or Stella, which is what we had at our little Bioactive party on Saturday. So beer mugs would be easier. What I was trying to do is I first was looking into printing on Glencairn glasses. And I already had, a long time ago, I got 2 Glencairn glasses. Those are the glasses that I usually drink whiskey out of when I'm on my live streams. I got 2 that they printed green room pythons on, and I broke one a couple of years ago. The other one I still have. But when I looked into ordering these to sell, it was just so freaking expensive that it didn't make sense. But there might be another type of glass. I think we did look at just regular rocks glasses, and they were really expensive. There's got to be another dealer though, another place that I can go that's better. We'll see, because it would be fun. I mean, look at this, you guys. I got to show you this thing that Brianna made. I don't know if Brianna's still in the chat, but for this event in Minnesota, we've done this twice in a year, 2 years in a row now, where last year I got together with a bunch of the Horde of Keepers in Joshua Tree. This year we did it in Minnesota to go herping. And hang on, we'll put it back on handsome down in a second. But so Brianna made this artwork for us all. She gave us all, let me focus on it. I don't know if it will focus very well. But she made this thing that says, but it's got, so my point is, it has a whiskey glass on it right here. It has a little pipe, because I smoke a tobacco pipe sometimes. It's got a campfire. all kinds of stuff. It says on the snake, it says May 16th through 19th, 25 Green Room Python Sportive Keepers Herping Trip featuring Dave Kaufman, because he was our guy, Minnesota. It's such a cool bit of artwork, but the whole whiskey thing reminded me of that because I do snakes and scotch on these live streams, people think of Green Room Pythons and whiskey a little bit together because I drink whiskey and I like to talk about it sometimes. So it makes sense to have a Green Room Python's whiskey glass. Now I've made it all make sense. That's why I said all that. Let's look what Banjo said too. Did he get the, oh, he got the body. Oh my gosh. Oh man. So here's what could be happening. I'm not going to show this if this is what happens. He could end up eating it backwards. And you guys understand how that's going to go down, right? Just all the guts will squish out, I'm assuming. I've never seen that happen before, but you feed a snake a headless rodent and he eats it butt first. All the guts. It's like eating a cannelloni. It's like you had a calzone and you cut the end off and then you tried to gum the rest of it down your throat all at once. Do I need to describe it anymore? Do you guys need that from me? So gross. All right, we're gonna leave him alone for a minute. We'll see how this goes. Where are we at? Oh, you know what I was gonna do? Hang on. I was gonna go to Patreon. First, I'll get to Amanda's super chat, and then we'll go to Patreon because there was at least one more question. Amanda says, "Thanks for the super chat, Amanda. Did Banjo ever get anywhere with his digging, or was he just enjoying being a shovel?" Yeah, so this is something that I showed to the Horde of Keepers yesterday, and it's going to be in the video of the Bioactive that you guys will see when that video comes out. But I'll just explain what happened because it was so exciting the other day. Oh, my battery on my mic is about to go out. I need to plug it in. Hang on a second. We're going to use this to plug it in. Sorry. So black-headed pythons in the wild dig their own burrows. And I think that's one of the most fascinating things about them. Because Aspodites, meaning black-headed pythons and Woma pythons, are the only pythons in the world that dig their own burrows. Nobody else does that. I think that's really cool. And that's also why their head is shaped the way it is, because they don't have heat pits. And, you know, they say that that's because being an animal that digs their burrows and is always in the ground, they get dirt all in their heat pits. But who knows? Maybe there's other reasons for that evolution. But anyway, the point is, I've always talked about it, but I've never witnessed it. I've never seen that behavior, and I don't know how they do it. But the first or second night that Banjo was in this Bioactive, I walk over here and I see him digging his burrow, and he's using his chin and his neck to pull the dirt. Like other snakes do that too, you know, but pythons don't. So I just didn't know how it happened. I thought maybe they use their face and flip the dirt up. I don't know that I ever really thought it through, but that's kind of what I think I would imagine them doing, is just going like this. But he's grabbing it and pulling. And so I watched him do that along the front of his cage. He actually has a ditch right now dug along the front of his cage. Did he let go of that? Oh, he did. Okay, so he let go of his rat. We'll see what happens. And he was just digging. It was great. So he didn't really get anywhere with it, to answer your question, Amanda, as far as he didn't use that as a burrow. You know, I was saying that he was digging his own burrow. He didn't really use it as a burrow. But Maya has been digging also. I haven't seen her dig like this so much, but I have seen evidence of it. She has a trench along the front also. She's done it when I've been sleeping. But so this is Maya's big hide right here, and she dug underneath the hide, so she goes in and out through the dirt rather than through the top. It's one of those hides that has a top hole, and she wants to go under the dirt and out. And I've seen her cruising around with a little dirt hat a lot in the last couple of days, because she likes to go under that dirt and move around. The dirt's not packed down yet. And also these two have desert substrate, which is full of rocks. A 6-quart bag of desert substrate is way heavier than a bag of jungle substrate or grasslands substrate, because there's so many little pebbles in it. It's just a bunch of rocks. Okay, so he's back on it. Oh, did he go frontward? Yeah, no, he's eating it right. Oh, good, good, good. I think this is going to go just fine. He let go of the back end, and now he's going to the front. He figured it out. He's eating his calzone correctly, you guys. That makes me happy. Let me see what's going on here a little bit. Can't get this camera too much closer. We can go there. I don't know how that's going to do, but you can only see what's going on. All right, this might be just fine, feeding him a separated head and body of a rat. He seems to be doing just fine with it. That's great. Guys, we are over 4 hours into this. This is going to be our longest live stream to date. Those of you who are still with me, why are you still here? I mean, I think maybe a lot of you have jumped in after, like, who's been here since the beginning? Who's still here from the beginning of this? Because these live streams are just ridiculously long. A lot of this has to do with the fact that I'm now feeding snakes, and I want to do it on camera because I know some of you want to see. Amanda, you've been here the whole time? Awesome. That's great. Sarah's been here the whole time. Thanks, Sarah. Sarah's been moderating the whole time. I bet there hasn't been really anything to moderate, though, because people are pretty nice. Aurora's been here. EK's been here. Wait, did I miss? Hang on. Stuff moved fast. EK Philip came in close to the beginning. Kathy's been here the whole time. Zep, it looks like. Mystic Drake. Jason Phillips been here moderating also the whole time. Thanks, you guys. Thanks for being committed. Appreciate you all. Oh, there's a lot of people that have it. That's amazing. Mr. and Mrs. Morelia from 20 Minutes In. Amy, Bill, Jake. Cosmo, Katie. Yeah, Katie, listening is fine. That's I think most of these people are probably listening. Not everybody's just sitting here watching. I assume everybody's kind of doing other stuff while this is on, right? Crisis Corpse has been here the whole time except took a break. Yeah, that's great. So yeah, I mean, even people watching this after the fact, this is going to be something that you can put on and listen to while you're cleaning cages or driving or whatever. All right. So while Banjo's working on that, I'm going to get Maya's ready. We may end this before they finish what they're doing, but maybe not. We'll see. We've got 136 people watching. It's a pretty good amount for 4 hours in. That's not bad. I appreciate you guys for being interested in this. Oh, also, I got to answer this question. While we're watching Banjo, let me just answer this. I think Phil was the only one who left a question after I posted. So Phil says, do ball pythons know after they eat that they need to digest their food and stay away from activity for a while? I asked because I let Maxine out a day and a half after she ate, only because she wanted to come out and free roam. Was that wrong? Okay, so yeah, a day and a half is fine. You know, it takes a python generally, we say about 10 days to go through the entire process of digesting. But that means not only breaking down the food, but also their organs to get back to normal, all this crazy stuff that happens in their body. But the major part of digestion and the major part that they need to just sit and relax for is usually 24 to 48 hours, depending on how big of a meal you give them. The retics they'll sit there for 3 days, maybe 4, because they got big fat meals. But we're talking about ball pythons. So first of all, to answer your question, yes, they're going to do what they're comfortable with doing. So they'll sit on the cold side and digest for a while. They'll move to the warm side to help their digestion. They might move to the warm side for the whole time. Whatever they want to do is fine. I control when I let them out, though. But for a ball python, if they're a day and a half into their digestion, they can come out. That's totally fine. They've done most of the breaking down of that meal, and that's the important thing. So for the retics, what's going to happen is tomorrow it's going to look like they want to come out, but what they're doing is they're looking for another meal. They're at the front of their door going, hey, is there something else you can give me? And they'll do that for the next couple of days. So I know that behavior. I'm not trying to let them out. I'm going to leave the doors closed. They're going to digest their food, and then I'll let them out after. I usually let them out after they pee. So it'll be 5 or 6 days before they come out again. And then they've got quite a while. They've got a number of days that they can roam around out here while I'm in town, at least. So, okay. So Banjo is almost done with that small rat. That's the biggest meal. He's got 2 weaned rats that are sitting there for him also. But the thickest part of that meal, he has he's made that happen. What are we talking about? Podcast. I agree. A podcast would be awesome as well. I'm considering doing a podcast of some sort, but I haven't. You might be talking about something totally different. I just saw that. But I haven't landed on the idea yet. And it would not be a reptile related podcast. It would be something completely different. Because I want to do a second YouTube channel. And I think in that YouTube channel, I would make it a podcast. So it could be a podcast and a filmed YouTube channel also. You know what I mean? So it wouldn't be like a vlog style thing. It would be me sitting and telling a story or doing, talking about something. And I'm not sure what it is yet. But I have a few ideas. Put them in the chat, though. If there's something that you want me to talk about in a podcast that you would like to hear me do in a podcast, tell me. All right, I'm going to get Maya's going. We'll put the camera on her for a minute. So Maya's got a small rat and a koi. Oh. A bunch of small rats that I thought out here for some male ball pythons that they're going to be eating. Let's just put this on her real quick. So here's what's going to happen. I want to have this on her side. Julia, I see your super chat. I'm going to get to that in a second once I got this going. So Maya obviously is right here. And here, let's give you the full view. If I open this door, she's going to try to come out. Julia's asking, what's the biggest tank I own for chat 2? I don't know what for chat 2 means, but thanks for the super chat. The biggest enclosure. Are you talking about the enclosures? I don't have any fish tanks really. Like I don't have any. I have a glass enclosure for Harry. It's a front opening enclosure, but as far as these PVC enclosures, these are 5 foot long by 2 feet wide by 18 inches high. And I don't have anything bigger than that, but almost all of them are that big. I mean, all of them in this wall are that big anyway. Okay, so we got, we're gonna put that rat right there for Maya on top of her hide. And we're gonna put a quail up there too. Maybe, shoot. I'm gonna need to get a hook and bring her back into her cage though, because she's, okay, the quail's going on the stick. The rat's going here. Oh, shoot. Maya. Good. Okay. So, God, I wish you guys saw that. I wish the camera was on that. Maya went nuts. She went straight into Banjo's cage and she almost grabbed Banjo's food because I wasn't watching. This is the thing, man. You gotta keep an eye on these crazy snakes. She was going straight for Banjo's food, and I hang on. So I used my tongue like a hook to like touch her neck to bring her out, and she went and like tried to bite me, and then she was just going crazy because she knows there's food around. So now I think I can safely open her cage so you can see what's going on here. Banjo just went over to the other side of his cage. He hasn't seen his other 2 rodents yet. I'll be right back. I realized last time I went into the bathroom where I'm thawing rodents, I was still talking to you guys, but I left my mic right here because it's now plugged in. So I don't know if you could hear me when I walked down the hallway. If you couldn't, I apologize, but I probably wasn't saying anything that important anyway. Right, we'll see what Maya does here. I'm just double checking that I haven't missed any super chats. Thanks for all these super chats, you guys. I appreciate it. It helps out the channel quite a bit. And it also allows me to see your question. If you want me to answer the question. It's really not a thing where I'm like, if you want me to answer, you got to pay me. That's not the thing. It's just that it highlights the thing, and it's impossible for me to see the entire chat. So, but I appreciate it because you can do it for 99 cents, I think, or whatever the minimum is, and that's great. That highlights it. But some people do like $20, $50. Totally don't have to do that, but I appreciate it because it does really help out quite a bit. All right, so Maya. Oh, she found her rat. Okay, great. Oh, there's 2 more. Hang on one second. I want to move to there. I didn't notice her grab it, but she's got it by the butt. She's a fan of rats. She likes rats a lot more than she likes quail, but she does readily eat quail, no problem. She just prefers a rodent. Okay. Nether Swarm, thanks for the super chat. Do you have a question to go along with that? No, there you go. And then you, let me ask a question. I can't afford more. No, go ahead and ask your question. I'll look for it in the chat. Don't worry about it. What's your question? I'll answer Julia's while I'm waiting for your question. There's one. For chat two, I was asking for the chat too. Oh, I see. I understand, Julia. Thanks for super chatting that explanation. I get it. So the chat was asking that, and so you super chatted so I would see it. I get it. That's nice of you to do that. Nether Swarm, what is your question that you want me to answer? All right, what's Maya doing with her thing? Well, she went to the other side, so we can't see her. Oh, she went into her. She dipped into her hole there. She's her entrance to her hide is it's a top entrance hide. So now we can't see her. That's not helpful. I want to get tongs though and move her quail to the top of her hide though instead of. Instead of on that piece of wood. Boom. Super reactive. She is, you touch her side, look at how reactive. In the wild, hang on, let me get back to the mic. Hold on one second. In the wild, they will go into some animals' burrow with multiple animals, and they'll start pinning them against the wall. And so when she's eating and she feels something touch her side, she's all about trying to pin it. All right. We're going back to me since she's eating that in her hide. That's not helpful. Did I answer Phil's question about? Oh yeah, about the does the snake know it needs to digest? And yeah, I did. Okay, good. I think we got through all the Patreon questions. We got through all the super chats. I think I did this on my own without missing any. Amy didn't make it, unfortunately. Hopefully she'll be here for the next one. And let me see if there's anything else interesting that I want to show you with these black-headed pythons. So Banjo has found one of his weaned rats. Got that. I mean, I feel like the camera view, I feel like we've really figured out the A and B camera situation, because I was really trying to do this for several live streams. Since I moved in here, I was trying to do this B camera and it just wouldn't work. And this new one that I've got works well. We got it figured out. I don't think we've had any of the fuzziness that we used to have in the live streams. This one has gone really well. I figured out how to fix that fuzziness. Nether Swarm. Oh, you didn't have to re-super chat that. Because I was going to go back and look for your question. But why do a bioactive instead of a normal substrate? Because I mean, that's a great question. The reason is that in Crisis Course. Oh, you guys! Oh my gosh! I was going to go back and look at that. I appreciate that, you guys. I appreciate the help there, Crisis. Okay, so I'm going to give you a good answer for this. Bioactive. The cool thing about bioactive is that you don't have to change the substrate really ever, unless you have mites or there's some big problem where you have to start over and do it again. But typically, if you do it and you don't have those problems, you don't have to change the substrate. So on cleaning day, when I'm cleaning all these other cages and tubs that are non-bioactive, and I have to change out all the substrate and redo it, it's a lot more work. So other than the fact that having live plants and having that ecosystem within a cage is a really cool thing to do, just the fact that it's way less work on cleaning day is very helpful when you have a lot of cages. Now, there are also a lot of people that just do paper and water dishes, and that makes it easy for cleaning day also, but I'm not going to do that. So, you know, there are also downsides to Bioactive, and I'll talk about all this in the video that's coming out about this, but I'll just tell you right now. The downsides to Bioactive are, especially with heavy-bodied snakes, sometimes they'll kill a plant, and you got to replace plants. You know, you're going to go through more plants than maybe you would expect, and it's not as easy to find the poop when you spot clean. You got to be a little more careful about that. Also, you have plants to take care of. You know, sometimes you have to water them, not typically as much as you would just a potted plant sitting in your house, but you just have to keep an eye on them and make sure they're doing okay. But excuse me. But on cleaning day, you don't really have anything to do. I mean, I look at the hides and I make sure that the hides are clean and stuff like that, but it just makes it so much easier. So that's why I wanted to do it. Okay. All right, you guys. We got Banjo working on his last rodent. He's going to eat that butt first, which is totally okay for your snakes to do, by the way. Don't worry so much. I get like frantic messages from people going, my snake is eating backwards. What do I do? Do I need to take it to the vet? Don't even worry about it. They're fine. They're going to eat it however they eat it. It's going to take them longer to eat it backwards, but it's just fine. Not a problem. All right. Let's see if, yeah, I think that's fine. I think we've done good here, you guys. We've gone. Do we just go 3 more minutes to make it 4.5 hours? This is so dumb, you guys. 4.5 hours? Come on. That's ridiculous. There's 129 people still watching, though, and I appreciate you. This is, you know, when these got to 2 hours, I was like, wow, that's kind of too long for a live stream. But now it's getting just insane. It's crazy. Do you put in the chat, do you like these longer live streams, or do I need to cut them down to 2 hours? Should I limit the Patreon questions to just 1 question each person, so they're not asking a list of questions, so that'll make it shorter? And then should I just plan to go, we're going to do a 2-hour live stream, or do we do it long like this and just end when we end? Because I'm okay to, like, obviously I can talk for a long time, but we have 2 minutes left. We're gonna do this. Look, if Amy were here, she'd be gunning for a record. We've already beat the record, but I feel like we started at 5. We're so close to 4.5 hours. So at 9:30, we're talking Pacific time. So at 9:30, it would be actually 4.5 hours. Everybody here is saying keep it longer live stream, but you guys have been here the whole time, so obviously you like a longer live stream. So I want to know from the people who are watching this after the fact, did this go too long? Are you still watching? Why are you even still here? I hope you got a lot of work done, or I hope you drove a really long way during this. I'm going to be driving to Oregon very soon, and I'll be listening to all kinds of podcasts and YouTube. I'll tell you, in this last 1 minute, I'll tell you who I've been obsessed with listening to is I listen to Mr. Ballin a lot. That, if you don't know his channel, he is a storyteller. He tells true stories. I mean, you can decide if they're true or not, but they're A lot of them are like Bigfoot stories, supernatural stories, stuff like that. But a lot of like regular stuff that's not supernatural things too. But he's a good storyteller. He's fun to listen to. He's an ex-Navy SEAL, and so I get in the car and start driving, and I just listen to these storyteller. Also, the Y Files. Do you guys watch the Y Files? Yeah, I know a lot of you probably watch Mr. Ballin. He's got like 10 million subscribers. Y Files, same thing. Tons of subscribers. Lots of like government conspiracy, not conspiracy theory. Well, there is conspiracy theories, but what he does is he'll tell the conspiracy theory. But then the cool thing about that channel is he goes, but is it true? And then he talks about all the research that he does to debunk everything or not debunk everything. So that's really interesting too, to see that side of it. It is 9:30. We've done it, you guys. I really appreciate the fact that you stuck around. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you next time. All right. Bye, everybody.